45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
It's a little more professional not to wear a hat. Like it's more professional to do your hair and to look more like you're on TV than just to wear a ball cap.
I think we've always been good at what you do, but I don't think you've ever been professional.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
You know, I by the way, the Bubba the Love Sponge show, hello. Monday, April 14th, 2025. You know the great thing I think about Lasker is he just blurts out stupid stuff, and it's funnier than hell, but he's not trying to be funny. He's just Gene. Dan, how are you? You look, let me just being a friend of yours since 1997. And I've known you for, God, years and years. We're considered best friends. You look good. You look like you maybe got some rest last night, but you look perturbed.
I'm just annoyed because I can't get signed in right here today. So
okay.
I'm fine.
All right. So you can't look at all the people telling you how stupid you are.
Exactly.
I mean, really, that's if you think about it, that's what chat really is. It's like almost wife abuse in the fact that you just. Well, I don't know.
You can't. Yeah, you got to keep coming back.
You got to keep coming back. It's like I know it's not good for me. I know it's and like with wife abuse, you tell her you love her. Not that I've abused my wife before, but from things that I've seen, you tell them just enough to keep them back, but then you continue to abuse them. So they tell us just enough to keep us coming back. It's almost like golf. I'm not talking
that hope for a good game.
No. Here's the thing about you know what? Chat to us when we go to YouTube or we go to X or we go whatever various visual places. Mostly YouTube. That's where we mostly hang out at. It's a lot like golf, and it's not like golf on the professional level because these golfers
are just good.
Well, they can hit the ball on me, and very rarely do they not have a pretty damn good understanding as to where it's going to go?
Except for yesterday.
Well,
correct.
But what I'm just saying is,
who was in the forest yesterday?
Mac, or I forget. It ended up being a playoff. It ended up for the Masters. But let me get back to like recreational golfers, like every one of us. But so. Not on the professional level because they can throw. It's like almost a pitcher, Lummy. If we were a pitcher, we'll be lucky to get it across the plate, right?
Correct.
Well, meanwhile, these professional guys, they can put it within inches pretty much any time they want.
Easily.
Right. Meanwhile, if I was up there, I'd hit most of everybody. And I would be like, hey, listen, dude, I really didn't mean to hit you. But in the majors, when they mean to hit you, it didn't get away from them. They meant to hit you.
Yeah.
But like golf for the average person goes like this. You hit a sucky shot, then your third shot, you just nail it. It's just a beautiful shot. You throw it up there on the green, and that keeps you coming back because, for every 3 bad shots, you get that one shot that keeps you interested in the game.
That's how it always happens. It always happens at the end.
Yeah, you suck. Then you go to like the 16th tee, and man, it's a little par 3. Let me use like a 4-iron or something like that, and you loop it right up there to the green, 5 feet from the hole. And you're like, you know what? This game kicks ass. I'm going to do it again.
Do you know anything about golf?
Me? Oh, I know quite a bit about golf.
Really?
Yeah.
When's the last time you golfed it up?
With my stepfather before he died.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, thank you.
It's okay.
Okay, well, maybe it was there another time before that?
Time before that was Tyler. So
A lot of great memories out there on the course.
The time before that was all the iHeart guys that fired me.
then Cox.
Well, iHeart fired me before Cox did. So Dan, did you have a good weekend? But are you a little perturbed? You're smiling. You're looking good. I'm starting off with you just because I'm most concerned about you.
Neil Malplaisir, $50.
I love that guy.
I'm great, man.
For you, Neil Malplaisir. Hold on.
Go, Pat, go!
All right.
I'm great, man. I'm good.
What type of weekend did you have? Did you have
Danny won in football and
tackle?
Yes,
nice.
And
now, what's Danny? Because when you make the transition from flag to tackle,
You still coaching, Dan?
No.
That very first year. More importantly, those first couple games, when you're making that transition from non-contact to 100%, and he's a safety, right?
Yes.
So he's they call it a safety as like he's the last resort.
Correct.
Usually the last resort. If a running back has gotten through the line, the linebackers miss him, it's him and Danny. Or Danny's got to catch one of the wide receivers on a route.
Correct.
So has it been a little bit of a culture shock, the hitting part of it?
He doesn't know how hard to hit.
What do you mean?
He doesn't know how hard to hit the guy, and
you hit him as absolutely hard as you possibly humanly can.
But he
That is
doesn't.
correct.
He doesn't want to hurt himself, hurt the other guy. He's just not sure exactly where to stick him. You know what I'm saying? It's
That's
just
his problem. That's when he's going to get hurt.
Yeah, he's got some hesitancy to tackle because he doesn't want. He doesn't.
We need to work
he
with him.
Hasn't done it enough.
We need to work with him.
Well, me and one of the other dads were like, maybe we should just put him in pads and have him tackle each other because his son's having the same issue.
No, exactly what you should do.
And just have him just keep drilling each other.
Put 2 bags or 2 cones on either side. Give one guy the ball and say you guys got to stay between these two because that's the way it's controlled. The guy can't just kick it outside and it's a running match. You put
he goes to one side but not all the way out, 30 yards,
you put
10 yards apart.
You put 2 cones about 7 yards apart.
Okay.
And you put one guy 4 yards back and you put the other guy 4 yards back and you throw the guy the ball and he has to run between the 2 cones and there's going to be a collision because you can't unless this guy's a real good juker. And he's either going to run over Danny or Danny's going to run over him, but you're going to teach him how to tackle head up. You want to put that, Lummy, if I remember right, in today's world, if the way you want to tackle is you want to put that mask right between his chest.
Yes.
You want to put your mask right between his chest bone.
You don't want to offset it. You don't want to do it with your shoulder. You don't want to put your head towards the armpit and
if you can,
but
that could also lead to a guy juking you or doing a spin move on you.
So center mass.
So now you've committed to the left side, and the guy spun correctly, and he's gone.
So you just went center mass.
Center mass,
like you're shooting the guy.
Because
right where you're going to shoot him.
Because center mass represents no matter what move he makes, you're going to at least have a piece of him.
He's going to have it staring at the clouds.
Bubba, do you want to volunteer? You and I go out there and show him how to tackle?
Yeah,
we'll go against him.
For real. We'll go against him. I'll pitch the ball to Lummy, and Lummy will just truck through both of them with no pads.
Yeah, tell him hit me hard.
No, but literally,
There's some 13-year-olds that are Lummy's size. It's incredible.
Me and Lummy have played tackle football on the large enough scale. Now, Lummy probably won more than me, but I'm a good coach.
No, I know you are. Absolutely.
I'm a good coach.
You're well received.
How did he get at safety again, Dan?
Huh?
How did he get at safety? The coach put him there, or
he
wanted
to play defense. He wanted to play secondary. He played that a lot during the flag football. He played safety. That's where he was best.
Me and Lummy could spend an hour with these 2 kids, and their tackling skills would go up 80%.
Ray Lewis and Ed Reed all of a sudden?
That's right.
The ultimate combo.
Yeah.
But or me or Lummy together or individually could spend an hour with these kids, and their tackling would improve by 100%. They would be double as good as they are now.
Yep.
I believe that, and they need it because, the coach isn't spending enough time teaching them how to tackle. He's trying to, organize.
He's trying to hurt a bunch of wild cats on their first year of tackle football, right?
Yeah. Yeah. He just needs to be a little bit more assertive.
And here's the thing, just as lost as Danny potentially is at tackling, so's the linebacker. So's the wide receivers.
Oh, right. They're all a little. I mean, some of these kids are returning kids, and they're like, seasoned.
Okay, so they.
But all the new ones are like, just like you said, Bubba. They don't know how to tackle or be tackled.
Right. The tight end doesn't know how to straight arm. The running back doesn't know how to juke.
Are tackling dummies still a thing?
Yes, they can be.
You just launch yourself at a tackling dummy?
They can be, but nothing's like Lummy will tell you, nothing's better than a real body.
Human.
Real body.
That's how you learn.
And you tell the guy getting the ball, man, try to put a move on him. Within that 7-yard space, try to juke him.
And he and Frankie are close enough in size. It's a fair thing.
Oh, it's Frankie?
Yeah, it's Frankie.
Oh, I love Frankie.
So, I mean, it's his neighbor, and, his dad's into it. So we'll have both dads there, too. Because that way, if the dads are there, things aren't going to get out of hand. Because I know, I'm sorry.
The dads are there. They're seeing what we're doing, and if there's something that we're doing that you guys don't agree with or that you feel might be too barbaric or too much.
That's not my concern. My concern is that I remember as a kid that when you started doing tackles, that after about 15 times, someone gets pissed off and it turns into a fight.
Right.
That's what I don't want to have happen. Because I could see those guys taking off their helmets and swinging after about 10 or 12 tackles.
Right. And Frankie's a little rough around the edges.
Right, they both are. Danny only has so much, tolerance as well. He'll
but
get
here's the deal:
vindictive.
we could do it literally in your back 40.
No, I understand it. We got the perfect area for it.
All we need, literally,
I got the
all
cones.
we need is 2 cones.
I got them.
2 cones and have them fully geared up.
Yeah, no, they have to be fully geared. Elbow sleeves, the whole 9 yards. Mouth guard.
Just like they're going to a game.
Exactly.
All we need is a ball and 2 cones.
Right.
And me and Lummy and 1 hour. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we can make them better players.
Yeah,
I
that's
definitely think so.
And then we would do some. Frankie, you're going to go out for some passes, and Danny, you're going to cover them. Like we're going to teach you some coverage deal.
with the helmet and the pads, because he had a guy catch a pass on him. I mean, the guy was down after he caught it, but the guy did catch a pass on him Saturday, and it pissed me off because I'm like, Dan, that ball was floating, man. You had a pick 6. And it's like, well, I've been playing safety, and he put me in corner. I'm like, it's not that different.
As a safety.
But corner and safety are different.
Well, the first thing Danny needs to do, and Lummy might help me, is you need to read the quarterback.
Yeah.
But that he's pretty good at. He's pretty good at that.
Quarterback's going to show you, especially on this level.
Oh, he's going to sit there.
He's going to absolutely telegraph where he's throwing the ball.
Right.
There's not any little Mahomes out there that has to look back, throwback, caddywhack pass.
Ignore you until he throws it.
Yeah, no. The quarterback on this level is dropping back 3. He is laser locking on his target, and that's where he's throwing it.
That's right.
So all Danny's got to do is start scotching that way. You know what? Because he's probably not unless the guy's running like a post or a skinny post or a fly. Then the corner should have the guy.
Gotcha.
So so Danny starts scotching, and if the guy's drops back 5, he's got some good protection. The more Danny starts scotching up to where he needs to be, the better chances Danny has for a pick. Because I guarantee you, nobody's got laser beam throws out there.
No, they don't. They have a lot of arch. They're like the St. Louis arch.
They're putting a lot of air on them balls.
A lot of air.
A lot of air on them balls. And Danny could be a John Lynch ball hawk if you let me and Lummy work with him.
No, that'd be great. That'd be great.
How
Thank
cool
you.
would it be? Yeah. So listen, I'm for real. Maybe,
no, okay. I absolutely.
Maybe one of these days.
It's not even one of these days. It's this week.
Okay,
it's got to be this week. He can't go another week with that hesitancy.
What time does he get out of school?
Like 3-ish.
All right. So if we were to meet if the earliest week, because I need
Wednesday at 4, that kind of deal.
Well, I was
3:30.
3:30.
Yeah, I could probably do 3:30 Wednesday.
Wednesday at 3:30, and see if Frankie's dads can be there, and me and Lummy will go out there and help them.
Yeah,
and just 45 minutes of them tackling each other, and they'll be night and day from what they're doing.
Yeah, and plus they got to get out of there. He's got to get out of his head about hurting himself or hurting others, because that's when he'll get hurt.
This is what he is.
And the other team they were playing dirty too.
But
they're late hitting and
here's
they're
what Danny's
punching.
mentality needs to be. I want to hurt you. There's going to be some hurt to the other dude. I'm going to hit this guy so hard, I'm going to hurt him.
Because if I don't, he's going to hurt me.
No, but
Well,
you
I
don't throw
understand
that part
Like,
in
if you
there.
pull a punch and someone else is punching full speed, it's a different
You tell
game.
Danny this. Danny, defense means aggression. Offense means you're trying to finesse and get away. Defense means you're the attacker. You're the attacker. The offense is trying not to get attacked.
Right, you're the monster.
But you're the monster. You're the guy that's trying to take this guy's head off.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, if he gets a couple spearing penalties or something like that, who cares?
I haven't seen him call a spear penalty on anybody.
Yeah,
so I
well,
don't
let's
know
get
what that
some.
means.
Let's get Danny out there ball hawking.
Seth, what time is good for you?
Oh, whatever. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be the Urlacher to your Ed Reed and Ray
We'll
Lewis.
do it on Thursday because he has practice Wednesday. That may be a better day, Thursday. And we can do it probably earlier because I think he's out of school Thursday.
Thursday might work better for me, too.
Yeah, I could, I'll try to skate out of surgery.
Plank. He was the famous Chicago Bear safety, Plank. What was his first name?
Doug
Plank. Yes, I think maybe if I recall correctly, number 46. God, if I pull that one out of my ass.
I think you're right.
God, tell me you don't respect that, Seth. Me pulling out an obscure safety from the Chicago Bears.
You like Chicago, though. Didn't you as a kid a little bit?
No,
listen. I mean, it was this team you paid attention to?
Here's the deal. If I'm watching a football game and the Packers are out of the playoffs, I'm pulling for Chicago.
Gotcha.
Absolutely. I really am.
That's
now,
wild.
if the Packers are still in playoff contention and they could potentially tie the Bears, and then I'm not pulling for the Bears. But if
after Green Bay chokes, you're into the Bears.
If Chicago's still in it, I'm cheering for the Bears. Absolutely.
There could never be a scenario where I would root for the Packers.
See, that just shows you how much love you don't have in your heart.
I don't have it. No,
it's
the black heart.
You don't have any. You don't have any green and gold love in your heart, do you, buddy?
Well, no, I mean, why should I?
Well, but
they've caused me nothing but pain my whole life.
But if you look at it, man, the players themselves, the Bears and the Packers, they know they have it's the longest rivalry in the NFL at over 100 years. But man, they're really pretty good friends off the field. They really are. They respect each other. I like the Bears. The Bears are my second favorite team in that division.
Oh, okay.
I hate Detroit. I hate Minnesota.
Yeah, I hate those two teams.
Yeah,
there's no reason to like either one of them.
Yeah, I am a throwback Chicago fan only because of one person, Sweetness, number 34, the greatest, not just running backs, one of the greatest human beings. Why do you think they have the Walter Payton Award? And it's not for being the most valuable player. It's for being the most decent human, given back to the community and doing, community effort type deals. Walter Payton, as big of a star as he was, and at one time in the NFL, Walter Payton was the biggest, was the
superstar. He was a superstar of the NFL.
He played for a crappy team, had no line, and would lead the league and Jackson State alumni would lead the league in rushing. Can you imagine if Walter Payton had Emmitt Smith's line? He would have had 35,000 yards.
Right.
He was so good. He was so humble. He was just such a gentleman.
I had the honor of meeting him as a kid.
You did?
Yes.
I heard
when they had Pro Bowls here, and Dad brought me into the locker room.
I heard he was like really very soft spoken.
He was very gentle, very soft spoken. And he was really nice. And, I was like, I knew who he was when I was a kid. I mean, I was little. I was like 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. And I still knew who he was because he was, like you said, universally famous. He was bigger than the NFL. He was an American hero.
My dad, who was the biggest Packer fan ever, still is, but he rooted for Walter Payton just because he was so good. Oh my God! I used to cry. CBS and the NFL Today, they did a thing called it was Carly Simon's "Nobody Does It Better," and they put it to a Walter Payton highlight reel, and I cried. I cry every time I see it. Can
we play it now? I want to see you cry.
Well, we'll get a copyright strike. Nobody does it better, and it just shows him running over people and. He's the one, before the tush push became popular, if you remember, Seth, they would just hand it off to Walter like at the 3, and he would jump in the air, get about 8-9 feet in the air, And then if you hit him, then you would just propel him into the end zone. Do you remember those?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
He would kind of bend at the waist a little bit to kind of like rubber band himself into the league. One of the things that I'll never, ever, 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 ever forgive Mike Ditka for, and I think Mike Ditka was a good guy and a good coach, is that when the Bears in '86, when they killed, was it the Patriots in the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
When they killed the Patriots in the Super Bowl, and it wasn't even close. And I mean, they were letting everybody score touchdowns. I mean, I think Kevin Butler might have scored one. I don't know. But Walter Payton never scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl. And it was really the first time that Chicago had been to the Super Bowl since the
football was invented.
No. The Bears had won a lot of world championships, and the Packers too.
Oh, but since the union of the leagues?
Yeah, but since they merged the leagues like in 65, 66, with Super Bowl I being the Packers and the Chiefs, the Bears had never made the Super Bowl. Now, the Bears went on to make the Super Bowl then, I think, in Miami, didn't they, when they played Miami?
Oh, they played the Colts, and Peyton Manning got his first Super Bowl victory against them.
But that was their second appearance in the Super Bowl modern day.
Yes, sir.
But the 86 Chicago Bears, that was their very first Super Bowl appearance since the two leagues had merged. The city was on fire. Everybody was going crazy. Were they undefeated, or they did? No, they lost. They lost one on a Monday nighter in Miami. Did they not?
They did.
Yes. That's how much of a historian I am.
Dan Marino, 84.
And they went on to win the Super Bowl, and Coach Ditka and I've seen interviews from him, and he's like, I just got caught up in the moment, and I didn't even think about Walter and calling a play for him. And wasn't it like 55-17 or something? Like,
everybody on the score team except Walter?
Anybody, I think
Waterboy scored a touchdown?
I think they're on the sideline saying, hey, who wants to put one in? The Fridge scored one. Everybody had scored one, and Walter never scored one. And I think Mike Ditka struggled with. Did Mike Ditka die?
No, Dick Butkus died.
Butkus died,
Mike Ditka's still holding on.
But I think Mike Ditka struggles with that, to this day. Lummy, I saw where you went over the weekend. I think I saw the cutest little picture of Walker at the Rays game, and he was more worried about the mascot foot race than he was the ball game.
Yeah, he was excited that DJ Kitty won.
Yeah. He was happy about that. I saw that.
Yeah.
Seth, how was your weekend?
We went to the Lightning game too, and we got 2 wins out of it.
Wait, Friday night?
No, we went Sunday. We went yesterday to both games. We had a doubleheader.
Lightning won.
Yeah, we went to
now,
the
do they have a chance to
–
now? They're down to I think that was their 80th game. Don't they, Seth? Don't they play 82?
Yes.
All right, so I think they got 2 more games. They were down by, I think, 3 points to, is it Toronto? It's leading the league? No, it's Washington. Washington leading the league. Where does that put them? Or are they locked in? Are they locked into where they're going to be for the playoffs, or can it change?
I thought it could change so they could get home ice.
All right, so if you look at the Eastern Conference in the Atlantic Division right now, Toronto's played 80 games, and we've played 80 games. So we have 2 more games left, and Florida's played 80 games.
And I think we play Florida tomorrow night.
It's Tuesday night.
We have it's tomorrow night.
We have 100. We have 100 points, and Toronto has 104. Oh. So we would have to basically win 2, and they'd have to lose 2. Right, Lummy?
Yeah, Cooch was partying last night. I think he had 2 goals.
I think Cooch is going to end up winning. What's that trophy for having the most points? You get there's an award for having the most points, and I don't understand why he's not a candidate for the MVP. My Lord, I saw the various awards in the NHL and who were the front runners, and he's the front runner to win
the Conn Smythe Award trophy.
Yeah, whatever. So right now it looks like who do we play left? Who do we have left to play?
Florida.
Where?
And I think we play at home. That's tomorrow night's game.
Florida.
Yeah, and then New York.
And here's the deal, man. If we lose Florida, they tie us. If we lose Florida, they got 100 points and we got 100 points because you get, what do you get? I think, Seth, you get 2 points for winning, and then you do get a point if you lose in overtime.
Right.
I think.
Yes.
So if not, the winner gets 2 points, the loser gets 0 points. So, Lummy, if we would lose against Florida, that puts them at 100 and we at 100. If we'd happen to choke on the last game and they would win, that means we would go from the 2nd seed to the 3rd seed.
They have 98. We have 100.
That's what I just said.
Yeah. So I'm saying is there, Seth, if we tie or
now Carolina's got nine. If you look at the conference, it's Washington 109. They're running away with it. Toronto 104. Tampa Bay 100. Carolina 99. Florida Panthers 98. Ottawa 94. New Jersey 89. Those are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They take 7 teams. Those are the 7 teams that I think are locked in. It's just a matter of where you're seated. So it looks like we can't beat. It looks like if we don't choke, we're going to be locked into the 3rd seed in the conference. But I think it was Brian. Was it Brian or was it Seth that told me they don't play by conference? I think they seed by division.
I think that was. I think that was Babyface.
Let me maybe go and Google current NHL playoff seeding.
It's the top 3 teams in each division, and then you've got 2 wildcard teams.
Oh, okay. So top 3. So it'd be Toronto, Tampa, Florida was your top 3 in the Atlantic. And then the Metropolitan would be Washington, Carolina, and New Jersey. Those are your top 3. And then your 2 wildcard teams would be Ottawa and it looks like Columbus Blue Jackets. Is Tortorella Columbus
Blue Jackets?
The Columbus.
That's a team?
Yes, the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Really?
Am I correct or am I
This
wrong?
is like
No, you're right.
Yeah.
AFL?
And I think they used to be. I think they used to be coached by John Tortorella.
They did. Yeah, they swept the Lightning.
Yeah, do you remember that? We came out and won like the first game, Seth, like 7-0. And then they went on to commence and to beating us like 4 in a row and swept us. That was the year. Wasn't that the year, Seth, that we had the most points? We were like all that and a bag of chips. We were like locked in. We had like 110 points or something. And we were the 1 seed and they were the 7 seed. Barely made it. Like they were a wild card Willie. And they came in here, played the first game at Tampa, and we beat them like 1-7 or something like that. I went to the game and everybody's like, man, this is going to be, you got the number 1 seed. You got a bunch of ass buckets at 7. They just gave up 7 goals. Usually that's, disastrous. And then they went on and won 4 in a row and beat us with Tortorella.
Well, I remember us getting our asses whipped. I just forgot the name of the team because I'd never heard of that team before they killed us. And
they killed us with our former coach.
Yeah.
Tortorella.
Yeah, he got fired this year.
He got fired this year?
Yeah, by Philly.
Where's he at now? On the sidelines?
Yeah, hanging out at home.
Where'd he go from Tampa? He went from Tampa, then I think he went
the Rangers.
And he had a hell of a run with the Rangers, didn't he?
Yeah. He
did Brad Richards with him.
He made it to the conference finals.
And then he went Tampa, Rangers, then where?
Vancouver for a year, and then Columbus.
Columbus for how many years?
6.
6.
And then Philly.
And then Philly for what? Like
30.
For 30 years.
2.5 technically.
Oh, you said 30.
No, 2.5.
So anyway, Lightning got 2 more games. Everybody's tied up. It looks like we're going to be maybe the 3 or 4 seed, or in the. I don't even know how they. Did you Google what I asked as far as?
Yeah, well, I thought Seth explained it too, so I was looking up Tortorella. Sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. Seth, how was your weekend, my friend?
Great.
You break any Webb and Yobbins master breaks or anything?
No cards. Went to a kick-ass concert in Ybor on Friday night.
Foster the People?
No. Close.
Oh.
Alternative still.
Well,
it was great, man.
Blink 182?
No, AWOL Nation.
Oh, dun, 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 dun. Sail. Now, do they have other hits? That was the only top 40.
What?
That didn't that cross over to alternative and top 40?
Yeah. It was. It was in commercials. It was a big song.
Yeah. What do they look like as a people?
Was that the Jeep commercial?
It might have been. It was something along those lines.
I think that's where you make the big money is when you get get like an S&P 500 company like Jeep to make your song part of their ad campaign. I think that's where you make the big money.
I'll send you, Bubba. I'll send you. Just give me a second. I'll send you a picture of me with the lead singer.
Oh, did you get a chance to meet him?
No, this was at a 97X concert. I think maybe 7 or 8 years ago. But after I met him, I never wanted to ever meet him or anybody else in a band ever again.
I sent you what the band looks like. I don't know if Seth has a better one, but
You'll see.
Hold on now. So you're saying that you met the lead singer of Foster the People when you were at 97X. And after that, you never wanted to meet another band again.
Yeah.
So band guys could be either the sweetest people in the world or the biggest a-holes. Am I right, Seth?
You are exactly right. Most of them, especially when you're on radio, are they'll put on the act that
at least pretend to be nice.
Yeah.
They were always there was only one dude that was mean to me, and that was Steven Tyler from Aerosmith, and that I had him in my studio, and it's because he misconstrued what I said. He thought I said the N-word.
Oh.
And I didn't. I said "and there," or I said something that sounded like it, and he walked out of the studio, and Brad Harden already had the air check and said, "This is what he said," and they played it for him.
And he still was mad?
And he went back into the studio and said, I'll give you another 15 minutes that I promised you.
Oh, that's cool. So he was nice to me when I met him. I thought he was a great guy.
Yeah. Well, he didn't like me too much.
Well, I didn't say the N-word.
This is what I didn't either. This is what Foster the People looked like. Now, is this a kind of a modern day look, or is this like from back on, from back in the day?
I don't know what it could be. It could be any look from any era.
Did you send me your pic?
I'm working on it. It's
right.
from a while. I got to go back. I'm in 2018 right now. On my photos.
So you met them, and what was such a bad experience?
Let me just send you that. Let me send you the picture so you can see. The picture will tell you it all.
Oh boy!
Here, don't wait for me. Don't you got?
Look at this. Tell me.
Oh, here it is. All right, great.
All right, you send it to me. You gonna IM or email? Because if you send me email, I'll just open up my email real fast.
Can I just send them to Lummy?
Yeah, send them to Lummy. It's way easier. Way easier.
All right.
I
really didn't mean to hold up the whole show here.
I had a great weekend, but woke up to a really bad something that's very much disturbing me. Mm-hmm. Something that's really, really, really not pissed me off, just disturbing me.
And you were able to wait 30 minutes before telling us?
Yeah, it's just because, when you own a racetrack and you have, each division, we had 100, we had a great car count. We had 100 cars on Saturday night. And so, we had most of our 6 divisions were full at 20 plus cars or so. Some had 10, some had 25. Listen, the track is so it's like art. Getting the track ready and compensating for weather and the rain that you had the night before and the amount of tools that you have, whether you have a tiller, whether you have a 4-wheel drive tractor, whether you have a Harley rake, whether you have just the right tools. When listen, we're not Bubba Raceway Park, Ocala Speedway. We don't have the biggest budget in the world for all of the tools I would like to have to be able to prep the track. But for what I have, I think I do a pretty good job. That in conjunction with One-Eyed Billy threw a fit a few weeks ago, and he quit.
Oh,
and
really?
So I don't have any help. And quite frankly, I'm so upset at One-Eyed Billy that even if he wanted to come back, I don't know that I want him back. And so, in fact, he runs the wrecker crew during the races, and the wrecker crew actually worked better without him.
Did he give a proper 2 weeks notice?
No, he just quit. Tom Bean's like, we don't need him.
I sent you.
And so, you sent me that.
You still got Drunk Dave, though, right?
Yeah, Drunk Dave. Yeah, Drunk Dave. He's limited, though. He's got emphysema and smokes 2 packs a day and is a drunk. But he's I love him.
So he can't operate heavy equipment?
No, he can't. I'm the only one that can operate. I can't. It just, when I click on it, I keep getting that.
No problem.
Are you sending it and it's not going?
Correct, yeah.
It's
a Monday now.
Speaking of disappointments, you know who was not a disappointment? Our boy Pat from the Goodyear. He took care of me, and I got in and out. I dropped off my car
Wasn't
before.
even familiar that we knew a Pat from Goodyear, but please.
I talked to you about him.
The Tesla guy.
Remember?
Oh.
The guy was going to take care of me. You wanted to get his shirt size. It's a 2X.
Time out. Pat the Goodyear guy. Dan, you got to understand the world I live in. I got so many things going on. But Pat the Goodyear guy, I didn't specific. If you would have said the guy that's helping me with my Tesla tire situation, then I would know. But
I'm
yes,
sorry.
okay, yeah. So you called. You're having a Tesla tire situation because Tesla puts these foam inserts inside of their low-profile tires to help vibration
And sound.
and the adhesive. Let me see. Am I still? Oh, I'm still.
Yep.
It's a Monday, isn't it?
I have to restart my computer.
You have to restart your computer now.
Yep.
Okay. So Dan calls the Tesla dealership. They're like, oh, we don't know what the hell's going on. We don't know. I mean, we don't know. I mean, we're just hoping the building doesn't get burned down tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm more worried about that.
Sir, I know you got a tire insert issue, but man, Tesla's dealerships are getting graffiti and burned down daily. So, listen. So Dan circumvents the system and calls Goodyear. Now, Dan, literally, did you call Goodyear corporate?
Corporate, but I was told to. He's like, we're not going to take care of you. You got to call. It's between you and Goodyear. I'm like, Are you kidding me?
By the way, I love Goodyear tires. Next to Toyos. So anyway, Dan calls Goodyear corporate. Like, you're not thinking you're going to be that's like calling Apple corporate. You're not going to get a hold of anybody that's going to be able to help you. You're going to be caught in automation land. Please hit 5 for the directions. You're never going to talk. By the way, Lummy, over 1,000 people. And not even our first break.
Yeah, they're hungry for us.
How's the thumbs up situation doing? I know that Gene Lasker's thumbs up record will probably never be beaten, but we are almost at 400. So that's good. So Dan calls Goodyear corporate, and he actually gets a hold of a woman.
Yes, and her name wasn't Patel. I mean, it wasn't like in India. It was an American woman that was speaking to me live. Wasn't a robot. She was really actually lovely.
So Dan tells her his plight.
I love that word.
She said, did I use it right?
Plight. Yeah, you did it perfectly.
Yeah, and so she goes, okay, sir. Let me transfer you to a dude. So Dan gets a guy named. Oh no.
She says no. She says, look, hold on. I don't know anything about this. Give me a couple minutes and I'll call you back. And I'm thinking like I'm never getting a call.
So
back.
she calls. This is corporate Goodyear, which I think is in Akron, Ohio.
I think it was.
Yes.
I think it's in Ohio.
I think it's in Akron, Ohio. And she finds a dealership down here, and the guy's name's Pat. And he has this really badass dealership in Odessa. And the reason why she looked at all of her Goodyear dealers, and she looked at the dealer that had the availability and the machinery.
Right, the equipment. She wanted the equipment and someone she trusted, so she trusted this guy, Pat.
Right, and not every Goodyear dealer has the machine that can work on that can demount and mount tires on specifically a very and in the auto industry a very much a one-off Tesla.
Right, and apparently it's a 7,000-pound truck too, so you need a certain lift.
Right. So Pat, what's the place called?
It's Goodyear. It's just Goodyear service in Odessa. It's just the only Goodyear place.
Is it off of 54?
50. Yeah, it's right there. There's like a little shopping center. He's an African American guy. He's lovely.
If you go to 54, if you take the veterans to 54, do you make a right or left?
Left, and it's like 2 blocks.
And down there by like the Hooters.
Yes.
Yeah, I know exactly
it's
where
right behind the Hooters.
I used to
live. It's a store. It's a business behind the Hooters.
I used to live in that neighborhood. Lummy will tell you. He loaded and unloaded me.
You used to live to the place Dan's getting his tires from?
I lived in the neighborhood back behind where Pat's Goodyear is. It's right by this new Hooters they just built.
Yeah, it's real pretty. Everything's all built up there. It's all brand new looking, and it's very nice.
Dan rolls in to Goodyear
with my bicycle in the truck.
Now, is it owned or managed by Pat?
Managed.
Managed by Pat, African American dude.
Lovely guy and a fan of yours.
And he knows about the Bubba Show.
Mm-hmm.
So Pat's been pre-worn. Dan's got this. Tire's perfect. Perfect tread. There's nothing wrong with the tire. The only thing that's wrong is the adhesive that Tesla corporate used to adhere this foam insert had worn off, or they didn't put enough.
Failed, and that's this giant piece of foam flopping around the inside of my tire.
And when Dan get to be a certain, okay, here we go. Let me have it from here. So I'll get to I'll have that, and I will I move. I gotta. Okay, I'll play that next. So Dan calls Pat Goodyear, Odessa, off of 54. Pat says, "Yeah, buddy, bring it on in. We'll fix it. I got the lift for a Tesla. I got the tire mounting machine for the Tesla. I got you, buddy."
And so Danny was playing at Lutz for the football game, and Lutz and Odessa, at least on my iPhone, looked pretty close.
Oh yeah, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, so I dropped him off at 10:30. I told Pat I'd be there at 10:45. Saturday. And so I get there at 10:45, and I drop off the car. Then I pull my bike out of the back of the car, and I decide to ride to the game.
Okay.
So I went down the Pinellas, what's it, the Suncoast Trail?
Yeah, by the way, that's a beautiful trail.
Yes, and that part was cool. And then I go down to the next exit, then I hang a left and start heading east. And everything was wonderful till the sidewalk stopped. And then I had to literally ride in the dirt.
So are you
and the grass.
Are you on Lutz Lake Fern Road?
Lake Fern, yes. Lake Fern.
I know. Did they play at the George Steinbrenner High School?
They played at, I think it was Lutz High School.
All right. So
right next to a baseball complex.
So what do you do after the game? Tell Danny, hop on the bike, we're doing twofers? Or do you say, Danny, you got to wait here because I got to hoof it back? Now, Dan, you don't have an e-bike like I do where you can just hit the button and go 30. Mm-mm. You got a full-blown human-powered, Trek or whatever the hell you got.
I had to ride it. The one of the dads put it in his truck, and another dad took me back to the dealer. It was right. It was ready. As I was pulling up, they were banging on the last hubcap, and I was good to go. So thank you. It was worked great. The car works great. Everyone was really nice, and like I said, I got his size.
Did you get Pat? Give me all. You know what? Give me all of Pat's information.
Yeah, I got his card. I'll give it to you.
Because I might roll up there one day, just this week. Just roll up there and hand deliver it.
Oh, nice. He doesn't work on Wednesdays.
He doesn't work on Wednesdays. Fantastic. So thank you, and he remedied the problem.
And I did 120 in it. There's no vibration.
So this is the picture of Seth meeting one of the people from Foster. It's
one guy. It's Aaron Bruno from AWOL Nation.
AWOL Nation, yeah. And is he the lead guitarist?
I mean, yeah, he's the guy. He's AWOL Nation.
Now, what this says to me, Seth, having done a lot of radio, having done a lot of meet and greets, having photo opportunities, if I may dissect prior to, then you tell me how close I am. They stuff this guy in front of your guys' banner, and he says, "Hey, a lot of the jocks from the station would like to take a picture with you. Can they?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's not into it. He's totally completely checked out. Does not even know who the hell you are. And sits there, and people get their pictures, and you walk away. No conversation. No thank you for playing our song. No thank you for the radio station backing us up. No thank you for having us to your music festival. Just take a picture and leave.
I mean, I guess it's like that.
That was only a prediction.
Yeah, no. I was with the Bone at the time, so he didn't need to thank me for playing.
Yeah, but hold on. You're with. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I mean to give you a little more credit, a little bit more radio Tampa Bay history credit. Even though you were at the Bone, you were a major player on the development and the startup of 97X. You were the very first real successful morning show they had, and the Bone was a promotion for you. So even though you were with the Bone, you have deep, deep roots into 97X and the success of that station. I mean,
well, thank you.
Well, I mean, would you not agree?
Is that the station that does Spanish now?
Yeah. But before that, when they first signed on, when Seth was there, it was really the first alternative rock station that Tampa got, and it did well, and they had some good talent. One of which was Fisher and Boy, which was Seth was obviously Boy, and it was at one time Fisher and Boy got to number 2 behind me, and they may have beat me in a demo or two occasionally.
Definitely not.
So okay. Anyway, they were the number 2 most listened to morning show for a long time, for a while, and they were very good. So even though you're with the Bone, an all talk station, you are one of the Mount Rushmores of the founding fathers of 97X.
Thank you. You're right. I am.
Okay, and so he should know that, but he doesn't.
No, and Bubba, it really wasn't.
Was he on glue?
Was he on glue?
Was like he's sniffing glue or something.
I mean,
he looks like a guy that's been in solitary confinement for 6 months. I just went outside for the first time. He looks like completely freaking lost.
And I'm the guy that locked him up.
and he just got out and he got sensory overload, right?
Seth was his captor.
Right. So Seth, describe what happened.
He's gonna read a statement that says, "I denounce America."
Tell us what. Describe the photo and then tell us why this picture has turned you off to meeting any other famous artists at this point.
Well, I mean, I love this dude. He's one of my favorite artists of probably one of my top 3 or 4 favorite artists, and I had bought all of the merch that he put out for this album. I can see you have the actual album. I got the album. I got the dog toys.
Actually, the actual vinyl.
Yes.
You got the vinyl.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
You don't have the CD or that. You got the vinyl, buddy. I mean, that shows something.
Yeah, a piece of vinyl I got. So
By the way, you look good too.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have his manifesto? Was he signing that too?
No, I didn't. But yeah, I had interviewed him once before. Like he's a weed guy, so I mean, I don't know what was going on this day, but he didn't have a huge meet and greet or anything. I was the only person in all of the radio stations at Cox that wanted to meet him. So
you had to do one guy, and you couldn't act excited for one freaking guy.
If I had a douchebag. Hold on,
yeah.
If I had a one dude meet and greet, and that's all. I would be literally, my arm would be around him.
You'd be on your knees.
I'd be like, my arm would be around him. I'd be like, hey, let's take 4 or 5 different angles here. Let's do let's sit down. It's whatever, buddy. Let me take a picture of me signing your album, and then let me give you my guitar and act like you're playing it, and the whole 9 yards.
Oh yeah, you'd be rubbing his thighs.
Yeah.
You'd be having a great time.
Be like, hey man, let me have one of those St. Pete Legend hats. I'll wear it on stage, bitch.
There's a lot of ways that I imagine it going down, but when you take a picture with somebody, they'll either go to a pose of like holding up the rock sign, or they'll throw their arm around you. That's what happens most of the time.
Something.
But this was like I had never felt so left out in the cold before when they were like, let's take the picture. Then him and I had to get near him. I mean, like I'm leaning in because
it looks like you photobommed him. He was like just doing a selfie, and you photobombed the guy in.
I sent Lummy about 7 pictures, and I just think he's just looking in a different direction each time. So I mean,
was he so high? He didn't know,
dude. I don't know. I don't think being so high is a reason to have such an incredibly
checked out.
Can you be that high? I mean, no one's that high.
No,
that they're so completely checked out.
He's from California.
He is so checked out.
Look at that. I mean, look, it says they're all.
Now Seth's getting no angles. He's looking to the right here. He was looking straight
you have a drone?
on.
Is this a drone
That's
photo?
Phoebe. She's
100 feet tall.
She was trying.
She's doing up shots and side shots. She's doing it all.
How do you get this shot? It looks like someone's standing on a ladder 100 feet away.
I think this guy is kind of bummed that only one dude wanted a picture with him. I think that's where it is. I think that's where it comes from. So, this is why Seth.
Where is he in that picture? The guy all the way on the left?
No, I don't even know. I got rid of it.
He's
the flannel.
He's wearing the blue button down right there.
Right here.
Yeah.
Well, he's really changed.
Wow.
I mean, since that picture.
Hasn't showered in 7 months.
Well, I don't know what the face was, but the beard was gone this weekend. And it's funny when the interaction happened because it kind of sours you for a moment on that group, on that artist.
Yeah.
When you meet somebody and it's, kind of like that. But luckily, I liked the band so much that I was able to shake it off. And, he's a...
How was it? Where was the venue that you saw him this weekend? And how was the turnout?
Sold out, man.
You mean the same place that I did Eric Andre?
Yeah. It was sold out. It was awesome.
What's the capacity of that place? 1,500?
Probably. Yeah, probably not quite 2,000.
I don't think there's any chairs, is there?
No,
It's standing room, and now is the upper deck chairs, or is it standing?
No,
too?
it's all standing, except the lady that was on the floor in the wheelchair.
1,114.
I wonder if you can. I wonder if you can configure the Ritz pay more for the venue that they put chairs down. Like, you know, like who,
they don't put chairs. I mean, they only put chairs in like theaters and stuff. Those clubs are always standing.
Man, I'm watching the Braves Rays. Did they lose last night?
No, they won. They got ass. They took. We went to that in 8-2.
They got ass, is what you said.
They got that ass. But look, well,
got that ass.
I called Kevin Cash an ass. Well, because
got that ass is way different than got ass.
Well,
I think we all would agree to that.
Yeah, they got ass because Cash is an ass. He pulled their new guy Doyle in the fifth with a no-hitter because he walked one guy. His line was five innings.
Man, I'm telling you right now, I think Cash plays this statistical ball that the Rays have developed, like a Billy Ball kind of deal.
Analytics.
Yep, I think he plays the analytics game, and I don't necessarily know that he is running the analytics show, meaning he knows the analytics so well that he can make it on the fly. I think they got a guy up there that's running the analytics and blows a call down to Cash and tells Cash, you know, the analytics. Because I don't know that, Seth, you could be so good on analytics that you can do them on the fly. I think you have to almost have a computer
program. Well, you use
program.
the analytics. I mean, you use them. You know, it's. I don't think it's a black and white thing. You have the information in front of you, and then you weigh it with, you know, how the guy's feeling, or you.
Yeah, it's because yesterday doesn't define tomorrow.
Yeah, it's, you know, you weigh the human factor against the numbers that you have, and the thing is, you don't hear about the times where, you know, Kevin Cash makes the right call because of analytics. You mostly hear about, you know, when it turns out to be when he
pulled the guy in the World Series.
Yeah.
Now let me just do the coaches of Major League Baseball, do they have like little Surface laptop gimmicks like the NFL does? And they
have the like tablet stuff in
so
the
that's
dugout.
probably where the Rays have their analytics, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, the guy he put in after he took out Boyle gave up 3 runs. So let the Braves right back in.
Let the schmanalytics.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah, luckily the Rays scored 4 that
All right, so when I returned, I'm going to tell you something. This just happened this morning. And it has to do with my racetrack. And it has to do with a guy who I've been a friend with since, oh my God, Dan, probably since 2005.
Wow. 20 years.
I've been a friend with, and I'm not talking about a friend like, this guy's like family. This guy's like one of my very best friends. I could call this guy up at 3 a.m. to help me if I was in a ditch. He's very mechanical. He's just a great guy, but he's always so negative. That's the only knock on the dude, is he's always so negative. Now, he helps me, and I hope that my monologue about the text that I got, or about the posting that he put up on Facebook last night, I hope that this doesn't hurt our relationship, but I'm bummed out over it. And Dan, I got an analogy to use. What he did to me, I got it in my business. I got an analogy to use for your business. If I had done something like this to your business, you tell me how you would feel. So okay. I think I got an analogy that correlates similar to what he said and did, and I think you'd be just as upset as I am. I'll do that next. Running a little bit late, but I like when we run late. I mean, that means that we have, less time to fill.
That's right.
That's right.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Air check for Goodyear.
Okay.
Which, Dan, you're going to get a hold of Pat and get it to him.
Okay.
And you know what I'd also do, Dan?
What?
Is I'd call that woman again from Goodyear and ask who their PR department is and get that air check to them. Because that could lead to bigger things globally with us for.
Okay, absolutely. Good morning, Stumpy62 and Hemingway Cat. Okay, thank you. Doc 7, Riz His, Skybot 8. Good morning. What's up, Kirk?
Gizer, CC Hall, Snook Slayer. What's up, Florida man? Thank you. Fan in Orlando. Kenny Powers. Grumpy Man. Yoop. Ginzer. What's up, Chub It Up?
Bonuses. I also have a NABA story.
Really? What's up, Brad Schmidt? Yankee. Sparks. Fuck you. Bug. Sorry, Richard. They're such a stupid name. I forgot they even exist as a team. I'm not Captain Michael. Hey, yeah. Greasy. Neil Montplaisir. Stop. Yes, profile. Ned's, His Herbs, Tom Lennon.
Bonuses.
Getting Gene. Showed it up. It's a grumpy old biker. Thank you, Cece. A little son. Rugged white male, good morning. Ed Kelly, following for life. Thank you, Justin Keeler. J Rock, 69. My second favorite number.
Let me tell you the best thing about this show.
What's the best thing about this show?
Because the concert I went to. Not this.
Oh, I thought we were going to actually put our show over today.
Yeah, I did too, man.
I was like, well, that's refreshing.
Well, Dan's the best part of this show. I thought that doesn't even need to be said.
I thought we were together, like a good show together, complimenting. So.
No, this is a compliment that I think you guys will at least appreciate.
Okay.
They put on the website of the venue, they put like when the concert was from. So it ended at 10. So they put like what you didn't have to go and guess and stand around and like wait for a bunch of opening bands. It actually said it. And then the fact that it ended at 10 and not 11, just making it late for no reason. All right.
So that's pretty good. Like they're really transparent. Like no opening acts. Here's when we're starting and here's when we're stopping.
Yeah, there's one opening.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to go there. You don't have to get there that. How was it getting in?
Man, it was a breeze. Ebor's got a different vibe.
Is it not as crowded?
Oh, it's crowded and disgusting, but it's still. Maybe I'm just feeling nostalgic.
That looks like you're funny.
The cigar bars are.
Thanks, Pedro.
So
are all.
Have they kind of as the demos kind of gotten better?
I mean, I left at 10:30, so it's not like. But I don't think there's any 15 or 16-year-old kids hanging out down there anymore.
I think the police chief has kind of cleaned that up.
I was surprised that Prana's still fucking alive and kicking. That was the slut club when I was a youngin'.
Yeah, that's
I was there for opening night.
For Prana?
That's where I met Tyler's mom.
Oh boy.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90 Bubba, the phone line, if you'd like to call us. Phone lines are always open. Trying to keep those things open, maybe get some decent content out of them. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, quite frankly, that and BubbaArmyTips.com. But PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, directly, really, realistically, that and the royalty people, Lummy, that's how we stay alive. That's how we pay the bills. Not gonna. I'm not even gonna talk about on the air what I showed you guys earlier today, which I think Seth liked the most.
But, man, that was cool.
But not gonna allude to that at all. That's gonna be like completely just an off-air thing. Like,
is there something that was before I got here today?
Yeah, it was something before you got here today. And I'll show you. It's just I'm gonna keep it. It's just gonna be. It's something. It's not gonna slip. It's just.
I don't even know. I didn't even know you were gonna even allude to it.
Yeah, I'm not even going to ever. Even though I just did. Hello, who's this? So anyway, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Catch us up on YouTube if you want to watch us live. YouTube, Facebook, pretty much. Or you can always go to Bubba Army HQ. Yes, go ahead. Is this Super Frat Bubba Light?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How you doing, Bubba?
Hey, yeah. How you doing?
Oh, I had a suggestion for you on your Bikes for Badges.
Yeah?
Oh, I just wonder if you might be able to get Orange County Choppers and Paul Sr. up to your event, and that way you can cross-promote it and get even more people to show up.
You know, the only thing about that is it's really such a very long drive up there that, you just, it's literally, it's a 7-hour drive to get up there. And so, if I was to do something here locally, Bikes for Badges down here in Tampa or something like that, Paul, I know definitely would help. I got to call Grillo today up there.
Yeah, John.
And get that all handled. And because both, I guess, from us talking about it, a bunch of people called. The Harley Davidson dealerships called. They're all in. They're like, we're ready to help.
Oh, great.
The sheriff's department. So, I don't. And Seth, I was thinking that would be an event that you don't have to go to.
Well, I thought you said you wanted me to be there on Friday.
But here's the deal. It might be, Lummy. It might be just because of. Anyway, Super Fat Bubble, I appreciate your call, buddy.
Where's the event?
Oh, no problem. Have a good one. Thank you.
Love you, buddy.
Fort Walton.
So Fort Walton Beach has they lost in Walton County, which there's two counties there. There's Oskaloosa. It's just like Pinellas and Hillsborough. They're side by side, and our signal infiltrates both. Our actually tower is based out of Valparaiso, and Walton County lost a police officer, a deputy sheriff in the line of duty, and I was thinking about doing, and we did years ago. We did a Bubba's Bikes for Badges for an Oskaloosa County sheriff who lost his life in the line of duty. That's where my foundation, the Bubba the Love Sponge Foundation, specializes in when we lose deputies in an area that my show has heard. So we need to step up and do a fundraiser, a Bubba's Bikes for Badges. That's when we do a 15 or 20 mile police-led charity ride. Charge everybody $20, and then we usually start at a Harley Davidson dealership. In this case, it'd probably be Emerald Coast or the other one. You start there, and you stop. They do a route, and you start and stop there, and then you have a stage set. Then you get a food or a barbecue purveyor to donate the food, and we get it's $20. And for you to be in the ride, and all the money goes to the widow. And literally, I write the widow a check that day. We collect about, $6-7 and then I'll throw another $4-5-6 on from the foundation. And I'm writing a woman, anywhere between $8,000 and $12,000 check right there, handing it right to the widow.
That's awesome.
And in name and in the great name of her fallen husband. So I will call Grillo today. Is it Grifflo or Grillo? I think it's Grillo.
I thought it was Griffo, but
whatever.
Yeah,
he's the boss up there.
Yes, he is.
Now that Wolfie's gone. Hello.
Hey, good morning. How you doing, guys?
I'm doing good.
So there's a guy I follow on Facebook, Justin Nunley. He's a military guy that has retired. and has since started working at the Emerald Coast Harley dealer, and he's got several million followers, which that may be good for you guys to do something with him as well.
What Harley Davidson shops you working at?
He's at the Emerald Coast Harley Davidson dealer.
Oh, yeah.
And his name is Justin Nunley on TikTok and Facebook.
He's big on Instagram.
All right.
I have his information.
Good. We'll get a hold of Justin. He can throw it out on his, he can help us promote this event because it's probably going to be based out of his Harley Davidson place.
Is that in Okaloosa?
Yes.
Yeah, Oskaloosa.
You guys will like his stuff. He's a real a man's man as well.
Perfect. We love men's men. We'll be contacting him. Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir.
All right. So here's my story. So, I go to bed fairly early last night, about 7 o'clock, and I get a text from a friend of mine. And this is No, I'm sorry. I don't get a text from him. He posts something on Facebook.
You spend a lot of time on Facebook these days?
No, I don't. But I was eating breakfast this morning, and I was scrolling through it a little bit while I'm, while I'm snarfing down breakfast. And on my feed, it's got a it's got a posting from him. Now, this guy is like in the same category as Fabrizi, the Diacos, Tom Bean, Jimmy Clevis, one of my Sumo, Larry Plummer, just like this guy is and that's why it hurts so much, because this isn't just from some race car driver. Because, and I'm not saying that in a derogatory way, some race car driver, but you racers all know that you guys like to bitch a lot. The track's not right. The track's too wobbly. The track's too dry. The track took rubber. The track's too slick. The track's too greasy. The track's not wide enough. The track's got a dip on it. The track's got a shelf on it. The track is, you need to add more water. You need to add less water. You need more compaction. You need less compaction. Oh, my God. The track's a tire eater. Or the track's too greasy. I couldn't get no grip. You got to understand, a full field of racing is 24 cars. There's only, think about this. Think about, other than wrestling and there are individual sports, but you're still on a team for the most part, except golf and things like that. Like at the U.S., at the Masters.
Yeah.
There's only one guy that's happy right now, McIlroy.
Yes.
Everybody else is pissed off.
That's right.
Well, racing's the same way. You get 24 cars. Track sucks, except for the guy that won. He loved it. Man, this track is great, man. Took a little rubber up top. I got a little grip up there. It was good on tires. I mean, I thought, man, I didn't know if it was going to go a 55 or a 21. We decided to go to 21. It just had enough grip. Just feathered it on down, and man, it was a handful, but I won. Woo! The other 23 guys are like, man, track suck. Tracks up. So I get this. Now, mind you, this Facebook posting comes from his personal Facebook. And he writes, and this guy lives locally. So East Bay used to be his home track. Your home track's kind of based on where you live. Like Dan, really, Sebring wouldn't be your home track. The Tampa Enclave would kind of be your home track.
Now, but yeah, exactly. It's the closest one. It's
prior
it's your home.
The Enclave opening, then Sebring would be your jam.
Right.
Right.
And we're definitely not outing this person.
No. I'm not gonna. No way. Because
okay.
I do not want to not be this guy's friend. I love this. I have so much love and compassion. I know his son. I know his daughter.
Can you text me the name?
I know his. You wouldn't know him. You know. I know.
So he's such a good friend. I've never heard of him.
I love his wife. His wife is just unbelievable. They're from Indiana, and his father-in-law is like, I'm even really good friends with his wife's dad, who's the salt of the earth. Like, I love this dude. And this guy that I'm talking about has helped when Tyler was talking to me and we had a relationship. This guy was very instrumental in getting Tyler going on whether it's late models, modifieds. This guy, and then when I had a race shop, Lummy, this guy actually kept his cars at my race shop, and we had a deal. You keep your car in my race shop, but you help me with Tyler's car.
Nice.
Yeah. And when I was running late models, we actually had matching cars. Him and I did. Like, this guy's this is my boy. And and he has supported my track when others didn't. When other people in his division didn't support my track. Because when East Bay was around, we did 100 cars this past weekend, which is the most cars we've done in years, and it's all because East Bay closed. They now have there's no other place to race if you live in this area, and we're the closest track. And we have decided to race only once a month, so when we do race, we get a lot of cars. That is a equation of, one, we're only racing once a month. Two, other tracks have got with us, and we've all kind of carved out a weekend that we race, so we're not competing with each other. I think Alltech races twice a month, Volusia races once a month, and we race once a month. So everybody's doing a really good job with scheduling, not on top of each other, and giving you kind of an exclusive weekend. And that really works for all tracks. Volusia will have a big car count. We'll have a big car count. Wendell from Alltech will have a big car count. But this guy would support me even when East Bay was around. This guy would always support my track when he could. So, but when he did run East Bay, and if I didn't have his division on a particular schedule and he was running East Bay, he would always, the last 3 years of East Bay, when Al knew that he was selling the track, he really didn't do a lot of extra maintenance on East Bay. I'm not talking bad about East Bay. It's the coup de grace. But, Al had gotten his $4.2 million. He knew he was only going to be open 3 more years. He wasn't spending, $300,000 on bringing in new clay, which you have to. You gotta constantly bring in new material, or your material gets bad. So, Dan, if you got $4.2 million in hand, you got to be open 3 more years. You're doing the bare minimum to, you're not doing big leasehold improvements in lieu of, you're just trying to stay open.
Exactly. You're going to mail it in until the end.
So this particular guy, who's a super good friend of mine, one of my best friends, he would always bitch about East Bay. Man, I'm not going back to East Bay. East Bay rubber down. East Bay's, this. East Bay's that. He would always bitch about East Bay. And he would always talk good about my track. So this morning I get up. Now, he was racing this weekend at my place, and he didn't have a good weekend. He didn't. I don't know if he didn't I don't know if his setup wasn't right. I don't know if the track was not sufficient for him, or he didn't like the track. I don't know for whatever reason, he didn't have a good experience at my track this weekend. And he posts this morning, boy, I sure missed East Bay. And I read it. I was like, that kind of sucks. That means he misses East Bay in lieu of running my track. That kind of sucks. So the next person wrote and said, who races in New Henry, which is way down by Okeechobee, says, well, we'll see you down at Lake Okeechobee next, because Lake Okeechobee it's called New Henry Speedway. They're running next Saturday, this guy's division, and a poster said, hey, we'll see you next Saturday. And my friend writes back, yep, it's nice to know that you guys now have the nicest track in Florida. I know this is dirt. I sharded my pants. I know this is dirt talk. It's part of my life. It's part of what I do. Either shut up or get blocked. Okay? It's what I do. I got millions and millions of dollars invested in this place, and yes, it's part of my life.
Well, outside of the dirt material stuff, it seems more like this guy wanted to get your attention in a negative manner.
Maybe, yeah. So he writes, well, congratulations because now this guy's from New Henry. Congratulations because you now have the nicest track in Florida. And then Buzzard Bob writes a guy and says, well, what about Bubba's? Okay. And
go,
my
Buzzard
buddy wrote LOL.
Oh.
And so my Buzzard Bob goes, what do you mean laugh out loud? He goes, Buzzard Bob goes, have you tried running at Bubba's? Buzzard Bob knows nothing about this guy and where he runs or what he likes. Buzzard Bob's just trying to stick up for us a little bit.
There you go, Buzzard Bob.
Yeah, way to go, Buzzard Bob. With a bad rash on your feet or on your legs. hope it gets better with that bad rash. Get some Silvadene on that. So my buddy goes, why don't you try running at Bubba's? And that's it. So I texted my guy this morning, and we went and got into a text exchange, and I think he's since deleted the post. But, Dan, it would be like this. It would be like if I had plastic surgery at your place and said, boy, I really miss... Remember the guy that died? Who was the guy that died in the plane crash?
Oh, Greenwald.
Boy, I just had a procedure done at your place. And I go, boy, I really miss... What's his name?
Greenwald.
Boy, I really miss Greenwald's plastic surgery. And somebody says, well, why don't you try Dr. Dan's? And I go, I tried Dr. Dan's. Why don't you try it? How mad would you be at me?
Oh, I'd be pissed.
I mean,
absolutely. I'd be pissed.
When I've done all my, I don't do a lot of plastic surgery procedures, but I've done a few, and I've done them all at Dan's. That's the only place I'd ever go. I wouldn't go to another place, no matter what. I'd go to Dan's.
I mean, the only thing to be worse than that would be like hitting on your girl, behind your back.
Yeah, so like I've had all my plastic surgeries, whatever, my Botox, whatever at Dan's, and then
So next he's going to start messaging Merch Crick.
So no, he's not that way. He's old school, and I think he feels bad about what he did.
How'd the text exchange go? Did you come in hot?
I came in real hot.
Really?
Yeah, I came in real hot. Yeah, I did.
We gotta get a little play-by-play.
I said, I go. Let me see here.
I mean, you must have texted him real early, right?
At 4:01, I text him. That was completely bullshiz. What you posted on Facebook. How about I post the same type of stuff about your business? Now he's got him and his wife both have very successful businesses, and his is kind of doesn't need promote. His is kind of doesn't need promoted. It runs its own self. Whereas hers, I try to promote her business when I can, and I'm not going to mention who it is. He goes, well, go ahead and read it. I never said anything bad about your track at all. I go, I know. I said, you know what you said. You didn't say it directly about my track, but it still was kind of crappy.
That'd be like saying I like Seth and Bubba while I'm in the room with Lummy.
He goes,
I mean, it's a mean thing to do. It's a mean thing to say.
He said, I bet if you go back and look since you bought the track, I'm the only guy that hasn't missed a race besides the Nationals when I didn't have a car. I've never missed a race. And other people have and won the points. I said, all you do is bitch and be negative. When East Bay was around, you hated it. And now you hate my place. And now New Henry has the best track. Does anything make you happy? Or are you so negative that you'll take an indirect shot at a person that is practically family because you had a bad night? I would never post anything about you or your business that was taking an indirect shot at you. Why don't you go ahead and show your post to your wife or to your father-in-law and see what they said? And I said, also, and look back and look at how much I've tried to help promote your wife's business. That's what friends do. I said, and you've won a lot of races at my place. One bad night, and now all of a sudden you miss East Bay, and New Henry is the best track in Florida. And a guy asks about my track, and you give him a laugh out loud. And he said, I'm sorry, I deleted it. I said, I'm not going back and forth. What you posted was BS. So anyway, how would you feel, Dan? I mean, like if you were me, this guy he's never missed a race. Like he's my boy. He supports my business.
Was he mad because he lost?
I think he was mad because he ran crappy. He lost, and I think the track was not good for him. I'm thinking that maybe the track rubbered down on the high side, and it was a little. Did
you get a little rain on Friday night?
I got a ton of rain on Friday night. I got over an inch
out of nowhere.
I got over an inch of rain, and it just really screwed me. I couldn't get the track wet enough in some areas and dry enough in another. I had no help. I did it all myself.
That's insane.
I first went out at 8 a.m. and got the tiller and tried to till it up. The tractor I got from Sunbelt wasn't big enough. I'm going to have to get a hold of Kevin and George and say, listen, I need a next step up because they sent me one with garden tires instead of tractor tires. So it would just slide down. I couldn't keep it on top of the track. So I couldn't till it the way I needed to.
And you didn't have help.
I didn't have any help. I had no help. So I had to till it, Harley rake it, pack it, grade it, till it, Harley rake it, grade it, pack it, sheep's foot, water, pack, water, mist, pack. I literally from 8:15 a.m. until 5:45 p.m. when I had to get off the tractor and go do the driver's meeting, stayed on that track every minute of the entire day Saturday, trying to get it to hold up, trying to get it to set up. And I think I did a pretty good job for the resources that I have. And so I'm sorry to my friend that for whatever reason you think my track sucks now and Kenny and New Henry has the best track. I'm sorry that
Does
you feel
Kenny and New Henry have a nice track, though?
Yeah, it's a decent track.
I mean,
I'm not talking bad about it, but it's not.
They can have a nice ass. You can have a nice ass,
right,
you know?
Right. Volusia's got supposedly a brand new clay coming. They put
but you have the brand new clay.
My track was pretty. I had a couple wobble spots, couple swells / wobble spots in 1 and 2 that I tried to fix, but it gave the track some characteristics. Every race, oh my God, the street stock race was won within inches. The late model race and Devin Dixon driving the Augie Bertram 58 car kicked ass. Everybody said the racing was great, but not for my buddy.
Jeez.
So I said what I said. I'm running late. Dirt track talk. I know you guys all hate it. It's better than commercials, though, ain't it?
Yeah.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
See, look, Charles said material rules. What up, Fred? How you living, man? Everything
How you
good?
living large, say it, cousin.
What?
How you living large?
Yeah, living large. What's up, LM? LM closed with the spring collection. Bubba, you should have LM sell Bubba Army Alpha at his store.
I should.
You have to, give a secret password, and he has to go in the back in the safe and get it. What's up, Andrew? What's up, Biggie? What up, Madden Crusher? What up, Berto? What up, Pickleville? Berto, I gotta text you about something. Dude, LM said he's in. He'd be your first major distributor of the What the fuck is New Jersey?
Tri-County?
Is that a
Tri-State?
Tri-State? Major Northeast distribution. What's up, Permagrom? Yeah, my dad's good, Fred. Thank you. What up, Permagrom? What up, Ray? Tri-State. A fragrance for people that smell. Bubba Army Alpha. Whew. I think somebody put gasoline in my sanitizer this morning. Got me all fucked up. What's up, Hugh? I don't think I drove it all this weekend, so it was quite a surprise when I got in my car and saw that I had only 8 miles of gas left. Could I make it here from the house?
Yeah.
It's about 11 miles, so that'd be stretching it.
If you would have turned the air off and rolled the windows down and then just feathered it, you would have made it. You would have had a feather, though.
No, I couldn't have. I mean, I would have had to get an extra 3 miles of juice.
You can stretch out 3, bud. If you go 45, you can stretch out 3.
Technically, you can almost pick them off their feet.
Right. Which is what we do.
Which will allow your head to...
I understand.
It just doesn't make sense.
Oh, thank you.
It was David Rudiman.
Double X.
Dave Rudiman. Great NASCAR guy, right?
That's right. What up, Cash? Who the Colts gonna draft?
Was he super cool? Great guy?
Who?
Dan Patrick.
Yes. Very nice.
Robbie, won't be for mayor 76 months.
I know you're rooting for a quicker ticker. Nobody knows my car like the quicker ticker.
Name the Slave, Gold Egler, Bob V, 32,000, Bon.
Ah, wait.
Ellen Close. Dirt Merchant.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I don't know if Dan knows, Lummy, that we cut a new deal, our official tow truck company. If you got a flat, lockout, run out of gas, if you need help.
I don't think he does.
You're in a ditch, just whatever. Dan, we've realigned ourselves and got back in bed with Steps Towing.
They're great people.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I like them.
800-330-8651. Working with Todd Steps here, and by the end of this week, we'll have a Bubba promo code. So that if you need steps, you run out of gas, your car breaks down, you get in a crash, you're in the ditch, dead battery, lock your keys in the car.
What if you get towed because you parked where you weren't supposed to park? Would they still honor that code?
You mean an impound?
Yeah, if you get if you park the wrong part at a bar and you get impounded and you go there, would that code work?
If the sign says Steps Towing,
well, because Steps,
are the people that do the impounding, it might.
They have to put the name of their tow company with that sign if they tow you, so you have an idea of where to get it.
If it's Steps, I'm gonna have to get a hold of Todd, and he says, listen, I'll give 10-15% off. If you mention Bubba Army, but that doesn't include impounded vehicles. I mean, I'm
not trying to be difficult. I'm just curious.
Well, I want to know all angles too.
All right.
So I'm gonna get with Todd Stepp, and we'll figure out what that gets you. But you never know, man. Just when you don't think you need a place like Steps Towing, you need one. Like Seth, for instance, he got in his car today. And he said the Ford Hemi said that he had 8 miles, and the station's about 11 miles.
Well, for gas, you mean?
Yeah. And so I told Seth I would have turned the air off, and he was running late where he couldn't necessarily. Well, you did stop for gas, but if you didn't want to stop, you roll the windows down, you back her down to 45. What if you put it in neutral and coast when you can.
Put it in neutral.
He's like NASCAR. That's how they consider fuel NASCAR.
I don't know how to put it in neutral and coast.
Yeah,
I'd rather get the gas.
Once you get a time. Did you take Franklin or?
Yeah, I took Howard Franklin. I'm going on neutral.
Well, I mean,
when you're on the top of the bridge, you can float down, dude. You don't need power.
Especially at this time.
Right, when you're out of gas, man,
if it's rush hour and you got people bumper to bumper on you, well, then you can't bumper into neutral and coast.
Nah, you got the real life Pinewood Derby, man.
If you go up the hill and then you're going down a hill. And you zipped her up to 65 to get to the hill. What you do is you put her in neutral and let her coast until you get down to about 40.
Oh, man.
Then you bump her back down into gear and you feather her to 45 and turn all the air off and just, you like around the corner that you don't brake. You let the car naturally slow you down.
Exactly. And let you draft off the Amazon trucks. I mean, come on, dude. You gotta know what to do here.
Come on, Seth. You gotta know better than that.
I might never have to spend money on gas again after I get all these tips.
I have stretched.
Grab onto another car with the rearview mirror.
After 0 miles, I've stretched 11 miles before.
What?
Yes.
When it says you have no miles left?
I've stretched 11. So like when it said, 11 miles left, I've gone 11 miles past that. So I went 22 on when it said 11.
Oh, geez.
I've stretched to 11.
Is that because of the feathering in the neutral?
Feathering, the neutral, drafting. Not braking, letting your car slow yourself down. Yeah.
Wow, my pa never taught me this.
Yeah, your pa is remiss to not have shown his son on how to save gas. Dan, this was, I don't think Seth saw it.
Yeah.
So this was like a national kite convention or something like that, where people get out and fly kites and things like that. Well, there was this big kite that had a real long,
tail.
like a long tail to it, and somehow, this is amazing. Like, this is unbelievable. Somehow, way, shape, or form, when they launched, it was very windy, and when they launched it, the end of the tail of the kite got like wrapped around. Is a 3-year-old? Yeah, a 3-year-old.
Yep.
A 3-year-old's ankle. And
is this funny or is this?
Oh no, it's not funny.
It's not funny.
This is not funny.
Okay, it didn't sound funny.
No, it's not. It's not. In fact, I listen.
Is it disturbing?
Yeah, I was sitting next to Walker when I saw this, and I go, "Oh God, what would I do?"
But you were so excited for me to watch it.
First of all, what you would do is if it was your kite and your idea in flying the kite,
I'd be dead.
The minute that Walker got back on safe ground, you'd have a broken nose.
Broken nose? I would be dead at that point.
Your wife would literally take that ride of hers and you'd get a broken nose, then divorce.
Yes.
In
instantly.
that order.
Yes.
So, it's your response. Ashley, I'm taking Walker to the kite convention so we can watch the kites, okay? Now, who on earth would ever think that taking your kid to a kite deal would ever be a problem? Like, you would be like, You'd be back in these spectators where all these spectators are, and you would be like, there's nothing that can go wrong. Maybe stay close to Walker in case one comes screaming down and it crashes and you can, shield him from a crashing kite. But kites are pretty, for the most part, pretty safe. Not necessarily flying one and you would hold the string and it could, burn your hands and things like that. But just being a spectator at a kite flying gimmick, I can't think would be, Dan, I think you'd have a better chance of taking your kid to a car race and a wheel falling off and going in the stands and hitting him than a kite hurting a person.
I mean, it's like getting a little mud in your eye at a dirt track.
Yeah, I mean, people are getting hit with mud and rocks at my dirt track all the time. We got these signs on the fence that we try to use to protect our ass for insurance, but it says flying debris and flying objects may come through the fence and kill you.
Yeah, you don't have that kind of warning at a kite convention.
Yeah.
There's no warnings like, beware of the kite, lethal weapon.
Beware of the kite wrapping around your kid's ankle and taking him for a ride. Watch this. So it's very windy. It's a very big kite. And they're getting ready to let me try to get it all stretched out so they can launch it. Right?
Yes.
Pre-launch. This is pre-launch. So they launch it up. And there's a kid. Yeah. Now watch this. Now, Dan, that's probably...
This is AI, right?
No.
No.
Come on.
This
It's real.
This is real.
No.
That's probably 300-400 feet in the air. Look.
Oh, it's unsurvivable if he falls.
Oh, yeah. Now, at this point, all you can do is start reeling the kite in.
Right.
Reel!
Yeah, but that kite's got to have a lot of pressure against what you're reeling. There's so much wind.
They said between 30 to 40 miles an hour wind.
So it would take several people to pull that thing down.
Yeah, well, it did. A village. Watch. And again, Dan, if
how old's the kid?
3. If the kid, he's dead. He's dead. There's right? This is 100% lethal.
You would hope people have like a trampoline underneath trying to catch him in case he falls. The fire department thing.
Look.
That's crazy.
And now they grab him. Man, is that not unbelievable?
It's unbelievable that it didn't unwrap and let him go.
Yeah.
That's the part that amazes me.
Now, listen to this. You're the 3-year-old, and you survived it.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you got one hell of a story to tell forever. And by the way, it's documented too. There's
Right.
video of it.
No, yeah, you won't be doing a lot of parasailing as an adult.
You're kite kid, man.
You're a kite kid.
It's better than being poopy diaper kid.
Oh my God.
And how did he get the kid again? How did he get the kid again?
He got tangled up in it.
He got tangled up in it somehow. It somehow tangled up on. And still, Dan, so as soon as they get it down, they just grab it. Is that not
Did you also notice something else they did?
What?
As soon as they grabbed him, they let go of the string for the kite, so it would have no chance of yoking him back up. Did you notice that? Watch, as soon as they grab him, you see the rest of the kite.
I already minimized it. But so as soon as they grabbed it,
they let go of the kite string so that the kite couldn't accidentally lift him again.
Well, he's not going to lift him again. But he's got 10 guys holding him.
Well, I just noticed that.
Bubba Clem, lay on the kite. I lay on the kite. It ain't going nowhere. Here's another deal. Rough parachute landing at the Arizona, probably Oklahoma State, at the Arizona OSU baseball game. So a lot of times before sporting events, they'll have these paratroopers come in and they drop them off about 15,000 feet above the stadium, and they kind of worm their way in, and then miraculously they make it right there on the 50-yard line as they're playing the national anthem. We've all seen it a million times. This is when one goes awry right here. This guy came in like Lemmy when I did my parachuting gimmick, coming in hot. It looks like, Dan, to me, the very first impact looked like he might have did a double knee blowout. Look at it. Ready?
Oh, yeah. He hurt himself.
No, it looks like he hit all fours here. Let me try to...
Oh, God.
Oh, his legs are...
Oh, they were out, and then they bubbled. Then they double whammied right behind him. Boom.
Oh, it hit his head.
No, is he down?
Yeah, he's down. He doesn't. And now we got another one coming in.
He's a retired Navy member with 20 years of service, and now he just recalled the Navy SEAL Parachute School.
Oh, jeez.
Now, aren't they supposed to flare it?
Yes.
And then they start running, and the ones that do it right, they flare out, and then they kind of get the running going, and it just kind of they run it out. Right, Dan?
Yeah, and they usually what they do is they do like a last-minute break on the shoot.
Right. This guy took a hell of a hit. Bam.
Please welcome Sean.
Jesus.
This guy's still down.
These guys are landing like turkeys.
And this guy's down. He's got double MCA. Was it MCL? He's got double MCL with an ACL chaser.
I don't know, man.
Look at,
that guy.
It's just a baseball game, too. It's like Little League. These guys have killed themselves in a Little League game.
I mean, like, if it's the Super Bowl, I can see, okay, it's the Super Bowl.
Yeah, my dad's a hero. He broke both of his legs.
Paragliding
into a Little League game.
Now, Dan,
it was the playoffs.
Could you land in that manner where you would shatter both of your legs and have to get like a double knee replacement?
Yeah, or they could shatter their calcaneus, which is like their heel bone. That happens all the time when these guys hit hard. They blow out their knees or hit their hips.
Now, as long as you don't, can you get a new knee as long as you haven't messed up your femur?
Yes, you get a new knee even if you did mess up your femur.
Came down pretty hard.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but the
game's canceled.
The game's canceled because we got double knee blowout.
I mean, that's like that. I felt like I was watching a movie. Like the first guy crashes out, and then the second guy crashes out, and then they're both lying there on the field, motionless. It's
sketchy.
It's really, and then you go for what? Like Dan said,
like for what? For a college baseball game?
Like, no, it wasn't a big one either.
Can we not get the flyover? Yeah. So we got this.
I think it was just a regular game. It wasn't like regionals or like let me like part of the world.
No, they haven't started that yet. We're in regular season.
I think this might be like the third game of the year.
I don't care if it's the College World Series, man. Still,
yeah. When I return, I've been trying to get to this story since last week, and it's just so disturbing. Fire chief hired a man from a hookup app to act out a rape role play fantasy on us unsuspected woman. So, like, was it his wife that he was trying to like hire this dude to like do a break into my house and rape her gimmick? Or was it him? Or was he like just the third party aggregator? Like, I don't know. I got to read it a little bit more. We'll get through it together. Fire chief hired a man from a hookup app to act out rape role play fantasy. Now, or was he getting raped?
No, it was on a woman. It was on a woman that I think he knew, but I don't think he was married to her.
Did she come up to it like they're having lunch one day and she's like, "Hey Fred, just want to." He's like, "Hey, what are you into? You into chicks? Like, what? Threesome, Eiffel Tower, what?" I'm into rape. Oh, really? Like, what do you mean? I'd like to be sleeping and then woke up in the middle of the night with my hair yoked. The guy drags me all through the house and rapes me. Ooh. That's a little, I mean, I'm kinky and everything, but that's a little too much for me. That could go south quickly. I need you know what? I need to get a hold of Steven and Jay and Dan Diaco, have them draw, maybe with a Kevin Hazlett kicker and a Brian Matroni look over, and I need you to look over some paperwork I need you to sign, because you got to sign some. I mean, Dan, you'd almost have to get some type of consensual form if that's your fantasy. Don't you think?
Yeah, maybe the day before having something in writing that,
I, Rhonda McGillicuddy, am giving, Jim permission to hire a dude from Tinder to come rape me tomorrow night. This is completely what I want. I'm mentally stable. I know that today's, Monday, April 14th. 2025. We expect we're going to try to make this thing happen tomorrow on the 15th, tax day. What better way to spend tax day than to get raped?
I don't think tax day applies to us in Florida because of the hurricanes. Did you know that?
Oh, I think we get like an extra 3 months.
Yeah.
Or I need them. I owe money. Let me, not only are they investigating me and trying to get me for 80 which ways, but nothing. But now I owe him money too.
Oh boy!
I'm like, how do I owe you money? I don't make any money. So anyway, I'm going to get into this rape fantasy deal, and then Joe Rogan. So Joe Rogan, I mean, he's kind of, I guess we got to be rated PG when we're on, or somewhat R when we're on terrestrial radio. But Joe's not on terrestrial radio, is on uncensored, but he's very much the pulse of pop culture. And he tries to stay away from things that could potentially be an issue on YouTube and his various other distributions, Spotify and what have you. And Joe says the R word's okay now. And it seems like it should be okay. Because you're describing...
You think it's been held down long enough by the man?
Yeah, I think people have made a bigger deal about it. It's just a description. And to be that word in itself, in its purest form, the word means to slow down. Slow. If somebody invented a word that means to slow down, and you have used that word to describe people that are slow over the years, and then all of a sudden some woke-ass culture made it, offensive, how can it be offensive when it's just in its purest form it's a description of slowing down? It's not like the N-word or anything like that. Like we've gotten so scared in pop culture that we now, in fact, I don't know, for the last 4 or so years, it's been such a bad word that you got to call it the R word. You can't even call it the word.
Only a few words get to be like a letter word. You know what I mean? You have like the N word, the R word, the C word, and that's about it.
And how does the R word get lumped in with those two bad boys? Now, the C word and the N word, I understand.
Both will get you slapped.
I get it. And they'll get you canceled too.
Right.
I get it. I understand that. Get it. 100% get it. But
you say the R word, good luck trying to catch me and slap me. But
I think it's, Joe Rogan says it's back. You can say it. So I'm going to talk about that coming up next, too.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Oh, did you see Tony won his first race?
Yeah. Send me a video of that if you could.
Send it to you.
All right, who's taking Cena this weekend?
Who's he working?
Cody Rhodes.
Well, you know they're gonna fucking make Cena do a job because he's not close to retiring yet.
He's retiring in December. I don't know how many more title fights he's going to get. I mean, The Rock or somebody would definitely cost him the match.
No, Hogan can come out as America.
Hogan?
Yeah. Hit him over the head with a real American beer.
Man, I don't know what it is, but whenever Bret Hart does an interview, he always talks about Hogan.
He hates Hogan.
Yeah.
More than anything in the world.
He hates Hogan and Goldberg.
Well, because they fucked with him when they were WCW.
There we go. Cantrell said Cena's winning. That's going to be kick ass. Kick ass. The only sad thing is, it will not be as good as last year.
What was last year, bud?
Last year was Roman versus Cody, but that's when, The Rock came out, The Undertaker came out, Cena came out. There's just a lot going on.
Hi, everybody over at YouTube land. 1,433 deep, and we ain't lying.
I thought this was going to be The Rock versus Roman year. So now it doesn't even, I don't even know what The Rock's role is. What's up, Dark Max? What's up, Neil? I might have already said what's up, Neil.
He pretty much just goes out, right? Just those little segments talking on the mic.
The Rock?
Yeah.
Man, he wrestled last year. He was supposed to wrestle Roman this year, which clearly is not happening. I'm sure he's going to play a role in the Cody Rhodes John Cena match, but
MJ now fired Roxanne Wilder and brought his wife in.
Wow.
That'll save some money.
Look, I look like a fucking witch.
What's up, Car? What's up, Mitch?
Are you fucking kidding me? Nice backdrop.
What's his cover?
Oh,
dude,
so
he's been lifting.
So he didn't pop his peas.
Oh yeah, he has. Yeah, he does look kind of.
All right, double hi to Car. I know I said hi to her. What's up, Lunger?
Look at how rough this looks. Look at that. That's pretty fucking rough.
I mean,
wow. Sin of radio number 1. Don't put your wife on the fucking air.
What about on your show? What about a character on your show?
Yeah, that's about once every fucking 2 or 3 weeks.
What's up, Dirt Merchant?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy with us taking the live feed off of Rumble, asking those people to aggregate over to YouTube. Our YouTube numbers are up. Probably going to hit 1,500 here in a minute. Do you think that I think there'll be a day that we're flirting around 2 Gs?
Oh, easy.
I mean, Don't tell me what I want to hear.
No,
maybe I should ask Seth. He'll break it down more intellectually honestly.
Well, I was going to say I was talking with Gary, and Gary and I both had the conversation over the weekend, and the way the growth is going, we could easily see that in the next couple of weeks hitting 2,000.
In the next couple of weeks?
Yes. We're just trying to play it safe.
And by the way, our YouTube channel has been growing. We had a YouTube, that Shador, Tom Brady took me out and showed me some instructional deal. That video that we made.
Yes.
Because we had like a website try to rip it off.
Dude,
we've had a couple
times.
We got to sit here and once you get a popular, we're the only ones that have any video from that day. Right?
That's right.
Because Shador never released his.
No.
And so we've released it a few different times, and Shador just got back in the news, and specifically a person asked him, "Hey, what do you think about Tom Brady and him reaching out to you?" Shador walked through that day. We had the video. We posted it. We're over 400,000 views on as a short on YouTube, and like 2 or 3 other places ripped it off. And Lummy, I think in defending it on Facebook, it got us like a strike or something. But I think Gary may have gotten that taken down.
Did he? Yeah, he's been working on it too.
So we filed like a copyright infringement deal on Facebook with this Shador Tom Brady deal, and Facebook comes back and puts us in a timeout for illegally reporting, content that's not our. We're like, what?
Well, they also threw up they put their own watermark on it too then.
Yeah, so then these assholes go and take it and put their own watermark on it. That's what got us in trouble.
Yeah.
Well, Lummy, what we need to do moving forward, telling Gary, anytime we get stuff like that, we need to watermark it.
Well, it had a watermark. They cut it out, and then they put their own right in the middle.
I know. We need to put a watermark kind of like right in the middle. I know the Bubba Army watermark is right here.
Yeah.
But like on things like that, we might want to, think about doing it somewhere else.
Okay.
But I mean, how cool would it be, Kush, that, in the next couple of weeks we're flirting around the 2,000 live at one particular time, just on YouTube. That's not counting X. That's not counting Facebook. That's not counting a couple other places that also show our show live as it happens.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
I saw 4 people at the track this weekend. 4 racers from out of town that hadn't been there for a while, but they're there. They were there this weekend. They're like, "Man, I wish you were back on the radio. I miss you." I'm like, "Listen, you got Facebook? Yeah." Type in The Bubba Army. We're there every day at 6 o'clock live, my show. It's not only my show, but you can visually watch it. Oh, I didn't even know that. Yeah. So, I mean, and most of the people at the track, they're not, I don't think they're YouTubers as much as they're Facebookers.
No, not really.
So, Facebook, and our Facebook's been growing too. I think we'll hit 200,000 followers on our Facebook probably by August 1.
Oh, that's awesome.
And what are we at? 125,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Creeping to 126.
We're getting ready to hit 126. We've been doing about 3,700 a month. So great growth. Great growth. Thank you. Meeting with Tom Bean today, Lummy, about the app.
All right.
That's all I'm going to say. The fire chief was told that the man by the way, remember I told you the fire chief, here is the headlines. Fire chief hired a man from a hookup app to act out a rape role play fantasy for unsuspected woman / police. Well, first of all, Dan, you being an attorney, if you were the guy that the fire chief got a hold of, if you were Johnny Rape Guy, you're the raper.
Right.
Don't you think that you might want to get some paperwork so that when she calls 911, that you got like a contract here that says, "Listen, we were." Now I don't know how much that saves your ass night of when the cops come and arrest you. But if you have that documentation, I got to think once it gets through the court system and what have you, you're initially going to probably have some issues, but it could potentially save your ass.
Yes. All the way through, from every process, from whether or not to indict you, to whether or not to try you, to how hard to charge you, to how hard to sentence you.
I don't think
you have that piece of paper. That's what we call a mitigating circumstance.
Right.
It may not completely absolve you of the guilt or the crime, but it certainly makes things like, don't throw the book at him because look, he had this paper.
I mean, especially if they bring the woman in and said, "Did you sign this?" and she goes, "Well, yeah, but it wasn't quite what I thought it was." Okay, well, hold on, you signed it, and rape's pretty vague.
But and also, consent could be withdrawn. But still, again, in this scenario, it's so confusing, which is why
So
I don't
like
recommend it if the people are strangers.
If you were doing this, man, here's how stupid you guys are. You should put in some provisions like a safe word, right? Like, Dan, if this guy had a contract that said, "I'm going to rape you Tuesday, April 15th while you're sleeping. So text me when you're going to bed, and then, I'm going and leave the back door open, and I'm going to come in while you're sleeping. You never know what's going to time it is." Now, please understand that we do have a safe word,
octopus.
Octopus.
Right.
And until I hear that, I'm just going to keep, pushing the envelope. And until I hear that, I'm going to, it is what it is. If she signs that, now I know the cops that come that night, they don't care about that paperwork.
No.
They're putting you in handcuffs.
Yes.
But as it triculates through the system, and you got a good criminal guy like Kevin, oh, do you know what I was listening to, Dan? And we have Jay's clothes.
Wow.
We have Jay's clothes. I was listening to it Friday when I was eating dinner. It's amazing how much younger. He sounds like a kid. Have you heard it, Lummy?
Yes.
Yeah. We need to get it. And we need to get it. Get a picture of Jay. Get a picture of MJ. Get a picture, find some stock pictures of the trial.
Okay.
And make a video that we post up on YouTube.
Okay.
Jay Diaco's infamous Bubba versus MJ close. We have it. I think it's an hour 40.
Yeah, we'll get that sent over to Gary.
The fire chief told the man he allegedly hired that the victim was into it. And the second suspect says he believed it was all part of the act and the fantasy, while the woman, who's really, who cares what the two dudes say? Of course, they're going to say,
"Yeah, wasn't bad.
I'm into it. I mean, are you into it? I'm into it. I knew about it. Did you know about it? I knew about it." The woman denies knowing anything about the sexual assault role play experience. If these guys don't have some type of text exchange or written communication or some type of acknowledgement from her, it could even be a text, they're going away for a long time.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
A Texas fire department is in shock after the deputy chief was accused and charged with orchestrating and a distress. Now there are couples that are into this stuff. This is a thing.
It's a thing. Yeah, but
the problem is that they're not a couple.
That's true. That's true.
And they barely know each other, I guess.
Meeting his alleged accomplice on a dating site and planning a second, even more violent attack, according to court documents. Everman Fire Department deputy chief. Now, if you're a deputy chief for a decent sized city, I mean that's probably what, Dan? $150,000, $200,000 a year job?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, if not more. I know some
with retirement at like 45.
I know some St. Pete cops. St. Pete, which is a great agency to work for. I think Tampa's good too. I know a St. Pete cop that's been on 30 plus years. Everybody probably heard me talk about his name. I'm not going to say his name right now, but with overtime, Lummy, and he gets off duty and stuff like that, he makes $160. Oof. That's a lot of money.
That's wild.
For copping. Anyway, the Everman Fire Department deputy chief Joel Jones, age 53, is facing 1 count of aggravated assault and 2 counts of criminal solicitation of a felony. 1 for aggravated assault and another for aggravated kidnapping. He's currently locked up. When they don't give you bail, I guess he's got a $300,000 bond. So does that mean, Dan, he's got to come up with $30,000?
Yep.
He's currently locked up at the Lon Evans Correction Center with a $300,000 bond after Fort Worth police cuffed him on March 26th. Also implicated in the alleged crimes is 30-year-old, Tabasia Griffiths. 30-year-old Tabasia Griffiths. He must have been the one that was on the Rape My Girlfriend website.
Yeah, he was on the app. He was the guy.
Who was the first to be arrested on March 21st. Griffiths is charged with 1 count of aggravated sexual assault and has since posted a $25,000 bond and is no longer in custody. He got the hell out of there. According to the arrest warrants obtained by the outlet, Jones, who's the fireman, allegedly conspired with Griffiths to sexually assault a Fort Worth woman. So, this is like outside of Dallas.
Yes.
On February 21st, while also plotting a follow-up attack involving a kidnap. Well, hold on. You're supposed to sexually assault her on one day and then follow that up a few days later with another attack.
Yeah,
now,
kidnapping.
I wonder if we look at this and we find out that the fire chief and the girl were a couple at one time and he's trying to get back at her.
That's what I've been trying to find, but they haven't listed it because I don't think they want to. They haven't released obviously her name, so they. I don't think they want to.
And
give
here's
too
the
much
deal, man.
information.
We all have ladies. How traumatic would it be to a woman? Now, if a woman wanted to participate in this and knew it was coming, and they had discussed it, and maybe the big surprise was, when is it going to happen? But you knew that you'd talk to your man about it. That's one thing. But can you imagine if indeed the truth being, and this is what they're saying, that she had no idea this was coming? Now, that ruins her life. I mean, she's probably always going to be afraid to sleep by herself. She's going to she's always going to be afraid, right?
Yes.
I mean, if you're her, man, you buy 47 blink systems and 14, as far as home defense, you buy 5 guns and 13 deadbolts for your bedroom. And I mean, you are talking about traumatized. You got raped.
It looks like the guy recorded it too on his phone.
Oh, well, let's see it.
Well, I guess, yeah.
Per the affidavit, the victim was asleep in her bed when Griffiths allegedly appeared in her doorway, threatening to rape her. A physical struggle.
Strauss TV, $10.
Been a slow day, man. Slow money day. Now, that would be horrible. That's a good way to get... Dan, I think that's a clean shoot. If you're a girl...
Oh, no question.
If you're a girl and you got a 9mm and you're not... And which your Merch Crick does, and her bed... And her... nightstand right beside her. Literally, she has a 9mm. Just open the drawer up, and there it is. And a guy is in your doorstep, and he's in your bedroom. He's in your house, in your bedroom, in your door jamb of your bedroom, and he says, "I'm going to rape you." You could put 3 center mass all day.
Mm-hmm.
A physical struggle ensued during which the victim said she verbally protested. Despite her lack of consent, Griffiths allegedly proceeded with the sexual assault. She escaped by saying she needed to use the bathroom. Then she left. Hey, listen, can you stop raping me for a second? I gotta pee. Okay, we'll pick the rape game back up as soon as you get done peeing. Then she bolts to the neighbors. Griffiths later found the half-dressed victim on the street, so he goes out looking for her.
Yeah.
Per the docs, pulled up in his car and allegedly threatened that he would return and finish the job and kill her if she called the police. She then allegedly called Jones, who's the fire guy, who called the police and took her to the hospital.
So the guy that set it up took her to the hospital?
Yes.
That was her lifesaver?
Yeah.
That was her hero? God, this is weird.
Detectives reportedly identified Griffiths as the victim who allegedly took note of his license plate. Detectives identified Griffiths as the after the victim who allegedly took note of his license plate, provided a description of both the suspect and his vehicle. During questioning after his arrest, Griffiths allegedly told detectives he met a man later identified as Jones on the hookup site.
Sniffies?
Sniffies?
I sent you a
sniffing panties? What kind of perverse site is
Hey,
this?
Seth, you need to try this new app. It's called Sniffies.
Oh, I'm already the member of the month, but thank you.
You already got the gold package?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry for being late on Sniffies.
I don't know if this news story has a little more info.
All right, hold on here.
Dion. The arrest warrant affidavit for Joel Jones includes disturbing details. Fox Source Dion Anglin joins us with the latest in the investigation. Dion.
When you only hire 40-year-olds?
Hi there, Clarice. Well, the details in those documents, according to investigators, connect the suspect, a public servant, with another man to carry out a serious crime. Disturbing details from the arrest warrant affidavit for Joel Jones, the 53-year-old deputy fire chief in Everman, now on suspension in wake of aggravated sexual assault charges involving a woman known to him.
Update. I just looked up the app Sniffies. It's gay.
Yeah,
it's gay, bi, and curious. It's a gay site.
Okay. Well, then
So
why?
the G word.
So hold on. Here's the deal. Is the police chief, is the assistant fire chief gay? And he was doing this with a gay man to, as a sexual thing for themselves? Or, you wouldn't think that a gay guy would be hanging out on a gay site to get a girl that he was possibly romantically linked to raped.
Unless he hates women and just was trying to abuse more women because he hates women and just likes guys. I don't know. It's such a bizarre turn of events. And, obviously this is
the website Sniffies was first started so men could trade their underwear.
All right, great.
Oh, you can smell my underwear.
You don't want mine from yesterday because I sharded in mine, buddy. I got a bacon strip second to none. Hello, you're on the air.
It's vile.
Hey, Bubba, it's Dave, West Palm.
Hi, usually some pretty good information out of Dave from West Palm. Quickly, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know if you could play it on current radio, but remember back in Sirius you had the rape guy. Remember the guy intruder? He played intruder.
Yeah, we had the intruder, and then we had the guy who wrapped ham around his penis to make it thicker for the swingers.
Yeah.
And then we had the cow bandit, and then we had the ham bandit, and then we had the girl that had
a kitty cat.
A cat eat cream cheese out of a certain body orifice.
A dolphin
and then we
effer.
had a dolphin effer, and then we had a chicken effer. So yeah, all
necrophiliac.
those. We did have a necrophiliac. Yeah, a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, all that stuff. Not only can we not play here, we usually can't play on YouTube. So they're going to be exclusively on Bubba Army HQ.
That's right.
So you could go to Bubba Army. You could go to Bubba Army HQ and type in, Calvin the cow effer, and the search engine would probably pull it up.
I'll do that.
All right, buddy. Thank you, Dave. I think Calvin the cow is on.
Yes, it is.
Bubba Army HQ.
Yes, it is.
Fort Worth PD investigators say while using a so-called hookup app called Sniffies, Jones concocted.
Oh boy!
Wait, that's Jones on the left?
Yeah, no.
Oh, it's Griffith on the left.
Yeah,
that's the police. Which was the police chief?
Police guy.
Fire chief.
I'm sorry. Fire guy is the white guy. Joel Jones on the right. Tobisha is the raper. Tabasha. The black guy was the intruder.
And the
fire guy.
One of them is gay, maybe.
Maybe both. And I'm not judging him for that. I don't think I don't think real gay guys are into
raping girls.
Hey, other gay guy, how you doing? I'm doing good. Hey, listen, I like you. I like you too. hey,
I want to sniff your underwear.
Besides sniffing my underwear, why don't you come rape this girl I like? She's into it. Okay, no problem.
Jake, $10.
Plan with
I ain't got nothing on PayPal today. PayPal's dry as hell. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Expect 30-year-old Tabasia Griffiths to have Griffiths carry out a sexual assault role play experience with the woman, adding that she was into it and wanted to do this.
Because every girl wants to be raped by a gay black guy.
That Jones provided.
Yeah.
That's on the list. You know, I want to go to Ibiza. I want a dozen roses. I want to be raped by a gay black guy.
I want a Louis Vuitton handbag.
Right.
I want a Louis Vuitton handbag. Like to have a nice car. Like to have a little Rolex maybe. And you know what? Hey, how about getting raped by a gay black guy?
So I can catch AIDS and get raped at the same time.
At Griffiths with the address where the victim would be home alone on a specific day. On February 21st, Fort Worth PD responded.
Oh, by the way, Lummy, I forgot to. I am so bad.
Uh-oh.
I think paper towel Willie.
Oh yeah.
On Friday, late Friday. $500.
Great guy.
$500.
Paper towel
Willie on Friday, and then our boy Tarpon Mark.
Oh yeah.
Is he the wholesale computer gimmick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tarpon Mark, $500.
Thank you.
On Saturday. So we pulled a G-ball. Maybe I'm sitting here bitching right now that PayPal was dry, but I pulled a G-ball on the after hours during the weekend.
Thank you, Mark.
PayPal, of course, at the Bubba Army, and then Johnny Costica right now just threw me, I think a $50 bill.
Thank you.
No, $100.
Woo!
Johnny Costica, the steel slinging madman, Valparaiso, Indiana, $100. So a G-ball from Tarpon Mark, a G-ball from Paper Towel Willie, and $100 from Costica. I don't know what I'm sitting here bitching and moaning for. Killing it. Thank you. That's how it goes. We bitch and moan, but straight killing it. Love all y'all. Appreciate you. You what keep us in business.
Responded to the home where the victim reported she'd been sexually assaulted by a man she awoke to find standing in her bedroom, despite her frantic effort to fight off the attacker. She told police she was able to run out of the house after the assault. This video, recorded a couple of weeks later, is from a neighbor's Ring doorbell camera. The neighbor shared the recording with Fox 4, saying it was Jones and an unidentified woman alerting them about a sexual predator in the area.
No, what?
Oh.
So hold on. Let me.
Yeah.
Are they doing this to try to set up what they got planned?
No, it was later. It was after. He was going around because I think the woman was like, hey, we need to warn the neighbors because they didn't catch the guy yet because they just caught him. So I guess right after the rape, him and the rape victim were going around the neighbors saying, hey, you need to watch out for this guy.
But little did anybody know is that Jones was in on the deal.
That's it. That exactly.
So he was probably trying to do that to cover Fish on the J, 50, PayPal, love ya. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
That's right.
Thank you. Now it's all rolling in, coming together. So hold on. So Jones, the fire guy, gets a hold of the gay black guy. What's his name? Abisha? Yeah, something like that? Tanisha. Whatever. And Tanisha comes and rapes a girl.
Yes.
Gets away with it. Then Jones goes and picks her up and takes her to the hospital and is like, oh, I don't know anything. And then they go door to door to their neighbors, Jones and the girl in question, telling everybody, hey, I was raped by this gay black guy and they have not found him. And so you need to keep a lookout for him. That's Jones trying to cover his ass.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The visit
I wonder
before
what his screen name is.
Fire Hose Willie?
Yeah. Or, Firestarter 69.
Here we go.
Jones's arrest and the alleged scheme unraveling. Griffiths was identified through a partial license plate and vehicle description the victim had given police. She later picked...
Think about this poor woman, what she's been through.
I know.
The guy that she entrusted with her secrets and what have you, the fire dude, goes and arranges all this stuff. then is in on it, then acts like after it happens he knows there's nothing, and he's not in on it, right?
Yeah, he's going to warn everyone about it.
Warn everybody about it, and then they go and find out that he's in on it.
Griffiths from a photo lineup. Investigators, meantime, say Griffiths, after his arrest, shared details of the communication between him and Jones.
So Griffiths like, man, let me tell you something. I did this, but Jones is in on it. He's the one that told me she wanted it.
Despite Jones having...
Because, when you got those kind of charges laying on you, I mean, you're singing like a canary, are you not?
Yeah, unless he's really good at tossing salads.
Right.
Deleted his profile and account on the app.
What you don't realize is when you delete something or
it's still stored.
Yeah, all the cops got to do is get a hold of selfies and say, hey.
Once you're a sniffy, you're always a sniffy.
Yeah,
There's
that's right, sniffy. Yeah. There's no deleting the sniffiness, right, Seth?
Sometimes this world is just a little too icky for me.
Yeah, well, Sniffy is like one step below Swifty for me. So.
Oh no.
Let me 35 from Angela Levick.
Not above it. Oh.
Angela Levick, 35 on the PayPal.
Thank you.
Just had to get you guys, had to break the dam, had to get you guys going a little bit. Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
The victim tells investigators she gave no consent for any so-called fantasy sex assault experience and had no knowledge of the plan. Now, police say that evidence in the case includes the cell phones of both men. The aim is to conduct a forensic search to uncover all communication between the two as it pertains to the alleged assault.
Oh, they're both done. They're absolutely both done.
I mean, what a shame. Girls like to have a gay friend to help them shop and stuff, not to help them get raped by Bob Marley.
Clarice.
Yeah. Like, a girl could come to you, you'd be like, hey, why are you hanging out with such and such? She's like, he's gay. He doesn't have anything to worry about.
Taste. He's fun in the restaurant. He knows his wines.
Yeah.
And he can get me raped.
And you're like this. Most of us dudes, as soon as we're like, oh, okay. That's cool. He's gay. He ain't going to try to roll up on you and everything. That's cool. That's what we say. We don't know that you're sharing your rape fantasy. And here's the deal. It looks like she may not have had one. It's looking like the rape fantasy deal might have been all on him.
They may just hate women. These guys may just hate women that much.
Hey, I hate women. I hate women so much that let's rape them.
Well, he had it recorded so he could watch it later.
Oh my God!
Let's not get into all that now. That starts hitting home a little bit. Warner Brothers has confirmed the development. Who in the hell are they targeting here? Because the Gremlins and the Goonies were both things that we grew up with.
Yes.
The Warner Brothers has confirmed they're developing a new Gremlins and a new Goonies. Okay, what we may have liked as kids, Gremlins and Goonies, us people probably over 40. I don't think we're going to go and watch the reboot or the new.
You'll take your kids or your grandkids.
That's what they're thinking. The people that liked it are going to want to show.
But our children, they don't want to see this stuff.
Well, just like Ghostbusters, they were expecting the Ghostbusters.
And how did that do? How did Ghostbusters do? Horrible.
Which
one? That was the female one. The female was horrible. I think they're doing it.
The last one that they tried to say, okay, everybody that went and watched the original Ghostbusters 1 is now going to take your kids to Ghostbusters 3, and Ghostbusters 3 or whatever the hell the latest sucked. Nobody went to it. They lost money. I barely liked the Gremlins and Goonies as I was growing up. Wasn't really into it. A lot of people were. I even the people that were, I can't see them taking. I don't think today's children.
This stuff was 40 years ago. I mean, I know it's like who wants to go see this, but it's not for us. It's for the people that don't even know these movies exist yet.
And they were all ripping off the old Star Trek episode where they had those little furry things that just reproduced.
Very rarely
took over the ship.
This is on X, but very rarely do I go down and read some of the people's comments, like just the average person. But this person here, Adrian Morris. I don't know who Adrian Morris is, but it's got a check.
That means they pay.
Oh, okay. I think Hollywood is officially out of ideas, which would not be a problem in itself, but many of these remakes aren't good or faithful to the source material. Worse yet, many deviate from the source material without a vision or purpose. Bingo.
We got a lot of haters or people that are upset that you talked crap about the new Ghostbusters. I guess it didn't lose money. It looks like it made $102 million. And
it cost $150 million to make.
Yeah,
it cost $100 million to make, and it made $202. And it looks like they're making a third one because the first one did well.
Good.
So.
Get mad at me because I think Ghostbusters sucked. You know what I'm most mad about? I got to go to words and get back to Joe Rogan and how the R word is now relevant again. Do you know why? You know what? Yes, I am tainted in the fact that I did not have a very traumatic experience happen to me when I went to Ghostbusters 1.
Really? Is that when the corduroy got rubbed off your pants?
No, that's when the girl that I took kissed Larry goodnight and not me.
Oh.
Yes, Julie Park.
Oh.
I took her to Ghostbusters, was trying to get little Cheetos, trying to make out, trying to grab, you know how back in the day. I could tell she wasn't into the popcorn game. I really only played the popcorn game one time.
But you actually really did do the popcorn game?
I did.
In real life, it's not like
no, it's not some urban legend.
You really did. You had your dong in a popcorn.
I really did the popcorn game one time.
Yeah, you don't have issues.
And it worked out until it didn't work out. It worked out when she didn't know what she was grabbing onto.
Right.
But once she figured out what it was, she was mad as hell. And then I had to go to the bathroom and clean up because
Did the salt burn your meatus?
Yes.
Oh. I was going to say a little salt at the end of your...
I put too much salt, too much butter.
Oh no, the butter's okay, but the salt would burn.
Here's the deal: she wasn't that hungry, so I'm eating the hell out of the popcorn so we can get down to the
That's so funny. You want to get down to the fries?
Yeah, I mean, I'm eating the hell out of the popcorn so that we can get to the party, so she can grab, So that she
now, were you like at attention at that point?
Yes.
Really?
I'm full attention.
Full attention.
And, I gotta eat like 3 or 4 inches of popcorn layer before we can get down to the missile. And she's not really into it. She's not eating much popcorn at all because she goes, it's too buttery and it's too salty. She didn't realize I needed that butter and salt for some situations. So
how does the salt help?
A little grip. Just a little grit, just a little, listen, when you're playing the popcorn game and you're 14 years old, you just want your penis touched. And if you put salt on a girl's hand that's touching your penis, it feels better. It's a little grittier. There is no fine science as to the equation as to how much salt, you got to rough it in. Then what's the hardest part is going to the bathroom and putting the hole in the bottom of the container after you've gotten your popcorn.
And how did you do that, Bubba?
I had a little pocket knife, and I went into the stall and I cut
a little circle out.
Yeah, for me it was a little circle. Maybe for you, it might have been a bigger circle for you.
A dime.
I cut out
a dime as a template.
I cut out what I thought my penis would fit in.
Not.
And so
did you have any popcorn leaking between you and your...
So I sat down on the toilet after I cut the popcorn out. If naturally popcorn comes out once you cut the hole.
Mm-hmm.
So I sat down, pulled my pants down, stuck my penis in the hole.
And you were already good to go at that point.
Well, no, but I just wanted to make sure that the hole was big enough or not too big.
Right.
So I did that. I actually...
Test drove?
I actually had all the... Everything situated perfectly, and we go to, and this isn't at Ghostbusters. This was like
Schindler's List.
No, no,
depressing movie.
This was like I don't even know what it was. I think it might have been Star Wars. No, it wasn't Star Wars. So I go there.
It was Goonies.
I go there. I remember the girl's name. Nick. It was one of my very first girlfriends, Nikki Daughtery. She's the one that we did. She's the one that had the corduroy hands.
Yes.
Same girl. You've tortured this girl twice. Dude, this girl probably needs therapy for the rest of her life.
She broke up with me after corduroy. Before corduroy came the popcorn game, and she thought it was kind of cute and kind of funny. She just didn't want to do it in public. So I get it all ready. Listen, we often talk about the popcorn game. I only tried it one time. And it was disastrous for me. So I go there. I got the hole drilled. I got my hand on. When I'm walking. I got 2 Cokes in my left hand. And then I'm holding the thing of popcorn. But you have to have your hand underneath it, or all the popcorn's going to spill out the hole.
Of course.
So it's awkward. Because, she didn't go. I was being a gentleman. I went. I said, I'll get 2 Cokes and some popcorn. Okay.
Way to be a gentleman.
It took me forever. I had to go to the bathroom. You do the little hole gimmick.
Really long line.
Not that long of a line.
No, you had to tell her it was a long line.
Yeah. I had to tell her a long line. So I get there, give her Coke, get my Coke, get all situated. I have to unzip my pants in the bathroom because you can't unzip your pants right in front of her. So I unzip my pants, Lummy, and listen, it takes a lot of wrangling around and trying to, because you got to move your underwear over and everything else. So I finally get the popcorn down on my lap, and I get my missile in the popcorn, in the hole. But she's not eating any popcorn. I'm like, man, this popcorn's good. She's like, yeah, seems a little salty and too much butter for me. And I go, that's why I thought. So I'm eating now as much popcorn as I can so that when she finally does reach in there, she'll get, what I need her to get.
So, Bubba, be honest with me now. Now, when you're eating your popcorn, are you checking to make sure your flag is still up at full staff?
Well, I know.
Are you touching your flag a little bit as you're getting your popcorn?
You can just tell it's full staff because it doesn't get a lot of action and it's thinking about getting some action.
That's right.
You know that. You didn't really have to manipulate your flag much because your flag would stay.
At 17?
At 15.
You're at 15?
I'm 15 here. 16. No, it was 16. I just got my driver's license. It would have been like June of whatever year I got my driver's license.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
At 15, did you have like a real man-sized flag, or did you have like a smaller flag?
It was starting.
Was it still like on the way to becoming a man flag?
It was probably 3/4 where it is now.
Okay.
So it was okay.
I'm just curious. I just didn't know where you were at 15.
I was pretty good. I was okay. So she starts eating the popcorn, and I got her where she needs to be, and she gets some popcorn, and she knows that it feels like something's in there. And then I eat a bunch of popcorn so I can really get it out. So it's, it's very prevalent. It's there.
You're like digging around the fossil.
Yeah, I'm digging as much as I can, just shoving it down my throat. I'm doing like four mouthfuls to her one. She's doing, girls, they just do like 1 or 2 little kernels. I'm taking full handfuls like I'm a goddamn gorilla, eating as much as I can. Finally, we're down to, well past half, and the flag stands is out. And she goes and grabs it, and she finds out what it is. She looks down there, and she goes, "You have to be kidding me. Where did you learn this? Like, what is this?" And I go, "It's the popcorn game. And it's where you can touch that and nobody know."
I learned it on this website called Sniffies.
Where did you find out about the game?
It was just an urban legend.
That no one ever's done. He's the only asshole on earth that never actually tried it for real.
No. Larry Plummer said he tried it,
well,
but I don't
worked out though.
But
probably.
I don't think Larry tried it because Larry
no one tried it, Bubba.
Larry had a chick named Tanya that would just give him oral right there in the theater. So why play the popcorn game when she's just giving you oral?
That's right.
So Larry told me about the popcorn game.
Thanks, Larry.
I'm the dumb one that tried it and I didn't get slapped across the face, but she said, "You need to take me home." So I had to at
greasy
that point.
Hands, greasy dong.
Yeah, I got a greasy dong, greasy hands, fly down.
So you didn't even get the finish.
No, I had. So at that point,
theater shame.
At that point, I have to hand my.
Do you have like a grease spot on your pants?
I have to hand the pot. Well, can you hold it for a second? She takes the pop. She takes the popcorn. She takes the popcorn container, throws it down on the ground. I have to zip up real quick. I remember I had like a Warsaw Tiger sweatshirt on. Zip up real quick, and take her home. And I said, "Please don't take." Her dad's name was Boots, and he was the meanest. He talked like this. He was like, "Hey, Bubba, where'd you guys going tonight? What'd you guys do tonight?" I go, "We went to the movie." "Well, the movie doesn't end for another hour. Why are you guys home?" I go, Nikki wasn't feeling too good, and I begged her the entire way home. I said, "Is Jay in here? I can smell the high karate."
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah. Hi, Jay.
Good morning.
I begged her the entire way home. I said, please don't tell your dad. Just tell your dad you didn't feel well or something, because your dad will kill me. He was a bus driver, big, thick, smoking 2 packs a day, named Boots. Everybody knew Boots. So please don't tell your dad. Please don't tell your dad. Not only that, but I didn't want it to get around school that I had, tried the popcorn game and very much did not succeed.
Well, at least you tried it, unlike anyone else.
Yeah. So
no one else.
Don't try it. Listen, for anybody, don't try the popcorn game. I think it truly is an urban legend that's never been completed. And I was the dumb one that think that you can actually get a handy through a popcorn deal.
Do you whack it with salt now?
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
What's up, Jay? Good morning. How are you?
Oh, man.
We started fighting with each other. I could see that. I could totally. It was funny, and then it was not funny. You know what was funny is when I whispered, hey, how you doing? When I whispered in your ear, and you turned back with that look, and Rob and I just died because it's a weird thing for 3 hours.
Dan?
He just walked out.
All right, Jay, I'm sending you and Dan something that we cannot speak about on the air.
Okay.
But I want to talk to you about it later.
Okay. What's up, Steve? Big Longer? What's everyone doing? Got the depot today.
You got depot?
Yep. Good case. Got a represent a motorcycle and a lawnmower crew. The guy goes across a pedestrian walk right in front of my guy.
What?
Yeah.
So your guy's a motorcycle driver.
Yep.
And then a lawnmower crew drove
on
right
a ride-on mower that's below like the line of sight, crosses the pedestrian walk right in front of him.
Oh.
He went flying. Big Longer. What is chat over here? Hold on. I'm on the wrong page.
A superior ace, thank you. That has enough
cloud.
Cloud built up to tell the manager what's up.
Go sit the fuck down.
Yeah.
The Gary Cantrell.
Do they still do the opener of the Rays?
What do you mean?
Like, do they still have the opening pitcher, or they've been using traditional starters? Like, did they have a guy that
Really, yeah.
Remember, he'd start like a closer.
Yeah, no, I think it's been back to traditional, but they had
He had success. He had success with that.
Oh yeah, he did.
Because
the White Sox started doing it.
The White Sox did start doing it. He had success with that because, and he'd only pitch that guy for an inning, wouldn't he? Or maybe two.
Yeah, it was all about how many batters he would have. 1 or 2 innings.
Oh, thanks, Gary.
I love that name.
Had it for a few weeks, but I think my view was blocking it.
What's up, Nick? Chase Chevrolet. Thank you, Steve. Will do, buddy. What's up, White Ice Teas, Xerxes? How's everyone doing?
Flood City, 68 months.
What's up, AE?
Gary, I'll tell you on the DL where I got it. They got TV shows, almost every sports team combos. It's awesome.
End of the match.
What's that, buddy?
Amazing. I'm sure you guys already talked about it.
The NBA Jam shirt that I have with Caitlin Clark on it.
You alluded to it. I watched the end.
When does WNBA start?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I think 7-Eleven is covering, or I should is distributing Aqua Beato. Are they not, Lummy?
Yes, they are.
7-Eleven and what other distribution points?
Walmart, Amazon.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they're spreading out.
Aqua Beato. It's the official water of the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
They are the official water of the NFL draft.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Up in Lambeau Field.
Yes. So maybe you'll see Shador if he's at the draft drinking it.
Damn, that's a
real.
That's a pretty big score, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I was looking. I thought I had something on.
But
on
don't you
PayPal.
like water out of a can better? I do. I'm trying to avoid all that plastic.
After I started drinking Aqua Beato, I absolutely prefer drinking water out of a can. In fact, don't like it drinking out of a plastic container. I do not.
And for people that are green, cans get recycled way more frequently than plastic does, and it tastes better.
Hi, who's this?
Jason, how you doing?
Good. What'd you say your name was?
It's Jason.
Jason. Hi, Jason.
Yeah, got a quick legal question, if I could. My daughter was on probation for smoking marijuana in Georgia, and she has a medical marijuana card. And she went to the medical dispensary.
Let me ask
in Georgia.
Let me ask you a question. Just a couple questions before the lawyers get involved. One, is medical marijuana legal in Georgia?
Only low-level THC oil.
Okay.
So yes, it is.
Well, no, maybe not necessarily. Because if she wasn't using low-level THC oil, then she's breaking the law.
She was actually using that. And they
hold on. She actually was using what is dispensed and is considered legal in Georgia?
Yes, sir. We have the receipts from the dispensary. We went to the website for Georgia. They told us where to go. We went there with her card and purchased the legal products.
How old is she?
She's 23.
Okay.
By the way, Patricia Caswell, loaned me $20 on the PayPal. Thank you so much. So continue on, sir. And Jay, was that pertinent information we needed to know?
For sure.
Okay, thank you. I like to show off in front of Jay sometimes. Just to let me, I like to legally show off in front of not show off, but just amaze him of my legal prowess.
Well,
sorry.
I understand you could be a doctor or a lawyer, Bubba. Come on,
I could be both. I could be both Dan and Jay's assistant on any single day. Exactly. So anyway, go ahead, sir.
Absolutely. Okay, no worries.
I could actually answer the phone calls before they went to Jay and pre-screen them whether he needed to take them or not.
Oh, you could do intakes in a second.
Absolutely. All
right, go ahead.
It'd be Bubba AI.
Jay, you might start forwarding the phones to me over the weekends. I'll handle it for you.
She was taking that product and she did her normal drug test, and it came back that she was positive for Delta 8.
Hold on.
And-
When you say she was doing her normal drug test, what was she testing for?
They're testing her. The court said that she could have the legal marijuana, but she can't have anything. She can't drink.
No, but
and she can.
Why was she getting drug tested?
Why would
prior to
she?
this?
You know, what type of job or position would
Or was she
require?
in trouble? Probation?
That's it.
She's on probation. Yeah, so
Okay.
she has to have a drug test. With her probation officer.
Why is she on probation?
Well, because she pled the case. She had two. Long story short, she's on probation, a suspended charge or something of that nature. But she's on probation for it.
Let me ask
She
you a question
took
real
the
quick,
legal
Bubba. Hold on. Let me ask a quick question. Was she on probation for something at the time of this arrest?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was that?
Well,
for?
no. I'm sorry. She was not on probation for the first arrest. No.
What
She
was the
arrested
first
2 years
arrest
ago. It was for marijuana. She had marijuana and a vape pen in her car.
And then after
And
that,
so-
they put terms on what she could use?
Yes.
As part of
Yes.
probation for the first offense of marijuana use?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And so the second time she gets arrested, you guys have...
Well, no, the second time she didn't get arrested. She went to her probation office to do her P test that she's required to do at the probation office, and she tested positive for Delta 8 and Delta 9, so they arrested her. So I do a little research. I go to the website for the legal marijuana place, and I look at the products in there because they have a whole form of everything that's in the products. It's listed by the state, government approved. And it says to me, it has THC, but it has Delta 8 and Delta 9 in it. It says it right there. And so I call the police department and I say, you arrested her for this, but it's part of the product that's legal to use in this state. They agreed with me and took 3 days to get her out of jail, but she was in jail for a week. And she went and got the legal product from the state, and they still arrested her. Do we have a case?
I mean, to a certain extent, yes. I don't do those types of civil right violation cases. I mean, did they have a good faith basis at the time they did it? Yes. Were they duty bound to know whether or not this, say the name of the stuff that's in it?
Delta 8, 9.
Delta 8, okay.
Yeah,
Delta 8,
from what I know,
you can almost buy that on the street.
You can buy it at a gas station.
you can buy it on the street.
Violates her
But what I'm
parole.
being,
It violates her
what
probation.
I'm being told is that Delta 8 is a subcompound to THC. You can't have THC without Delta 8 or Delta 9.
I don't know that. to
Yeah,
be
but
true.
someone that's on probation for illegally having marijuana, I would think that having marijuana in your body during your probation would be illegal, despite and whether or not it's semi-legal in the state, which is probably why they have such a problem with it. I mean, the whole reason, it's like saying that you're getting arrested for a DUI. I mean, I'm saying you have a DUI, you're on probation after the DUI, you drink alcohol, which is legal in every state as an adult, but not when you're on probation for a DUI. And so that may be the philosophy behind her arrest, that she's not allowed to have marijuana products or its constituents.
Well, they told her, because she went to her probation officer and said, hey, I have this card. Can I use the legal marijuana products? Yes, you can. They verified she could. They told her the store to go to. The thing is, I don't think that they understand that you can't have THC without Delta 8 or Delta 9. So that says to me, anybody in the state of Georgia that's been arrested and can't smoke marijuana but has a legal marijuana card and buys legal marijuana products from the state can be rearrested under that law, even though they're being approved. I was just curious if you thought I should do something about it. I don't want to take up the show or anything, but...
Well, I mean, there's a couple things. First of all, you think maybe she could have just quit for a couple months?
Well, no,
That would've
I'm
maybe
right
stopped.
there with you.
I mean,
right
it's
there
like
with you, buddy.
we're splitting
right
hairs.
there with you.
So do you have a case? Maybe. Would anyone really care? Probably not.
I mean, you're not gonna
thankfully
get attention of any really big slinging D attorneys like Jay over this. This is kind of chicken chiz.
Hopefully, she didn't have any. Was she in jail for days and
He
incarcerated?
said 3 days. He said a week.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if it was 3
mean,
days, 4 days, or 7.
That can leave a scar on somebody. So you could look for a civil rights lawyer in Georgia that would be interested in this. Then they'd be looking for what the damages are. Hopefully she hasn't had any psychological or psychiatric damages. If she has, then maybe there is a case, but there's still sovereign immunity for the parole officer, for the cops. If they're acting in good faith, they usually have sovereign immunity.
You know, it's not a big home run case. Not going to get a lot of big sling and D attorneys that are going to get really, really, really excited over this. This is,
I mean, 7 days is terrible, but it's like
it's nothing that a few bong grips won't cure.
Well, I just really didn't want it to happen to anybody else. You know what I mean? That's the big deal.
So you say stop smoking marijuana and marijuana byproducts when you're on probation.
When did she get off?
Good advice, Jay.
When does she When is she
30 years
scheduled?
to get that.
When is she scheduled to get off probation?
She's on probation for 3 years in Georgia. In Georgia, it's still pretty old school.
Yeah. Well, listen,
so
man.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you watching us too, my friend. And sorry we don't have any better, earth-shaking news for you. We're sorry, bud.
We'll send you some gummies in the mail.
No worries. And I love your new cologne, Bubba. It smells great.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Have a great day, guys. Enjoy your day.
All right, man. Thanks.
Hey,
It
brother,
hides the smell.
That Patricia on PayPal was new money. It's actually Over the Line's wife, and she just started listening to our show. She loves it, so she wanted to throw
Thank
some
you,
money
Patricia. PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App.
Damn.
All at the Bubba Army, and I got a chick, a brand new listener. She kind of inherited show because her husband's a listener.
Yes.
She started giving it a chance. She goes, hey, now, this is my new favorite morning show, Patricia Caswell. Thank you, Patricia, for that $20 bill. It keeps us on the air, and I'm glad that, or I am honored to know that, you probably went from hating the show, because most women do, when their husbands like it. They're like, that's stupid. Why do you listen to that show? Bubba's an asshole. To now, you like us. So that's huge for us. Thank you so much. This is a guy that breaks
Todd McShay.
Todd McShay, and he is a sports guy.
Oh yeah, he's always had all the drafts.
And this is his analyzation of Shador.
Yes.
I think this is how he breaks down Shador.
I like the guy off the field. I like the guy, the way he carries himself. I think he's ready for all this. I truly do. I don't worry about any of that other stuff. I also think, unfortunately, or just it's the nature of the business. Not even unfortunately. It's the nature of the business is he's Coach Prime's son. They're on every commercial every Saturday. They're everywhere in the media, and so everyone's intrigued. I don't think if his name was different, I don't think we'd have this much attention on him, because you know what he is at the end of the day? He's a really good football player who does not have an elite physical trait. One scout joked around about it and said he got his mom's speed. He doesn't have this right.
Has Shador put in an official 40?
I will look it up and see.
That's pretty funny what he just said.
I don't know that he has.
He's got his mom.
By the way, his mom. I wouldn't want Dion necessarily to hear this, and I'm not trying to disrespect Dion.
Oh, I bet Dion's heard it. What you're gonna say?
But his wife Pilar is a smoke show.
Was she an athlete, though?
I don't know if she was an athlete or not, but
fast.
she is hot.
Well, I'll be looking for MC Shea 13 on my Sniffy account.
But she cheated on Dion with a bunch of real thug ass rappers.
Oh, nice.
She wanted to manage rappers, and Dion's like, I married you to raise my kids. Dion's old school. You know what I'm saying? Mama stays at home and raises the kids.
They have him at a 4.65 40.
That's not
for a quarterback.
That's not great.
That's great for a quarterback.
4.6
for a quarterback.
For a quarterback?
For a quarterback,
I'm just thinking Dion's stats was 4.4. I'm
well,
sorry.
he's a corner.
I understand. Lighten up.
Seth, hold on. Seth will tell you that 4.65 isn't like something to sneeze at. That's very competitive for a quarterback.
No, it's good. I mean, he doesn't run much at all, but that's fine for a quarterback.
What was Tom? Hold on. What was Tom? Wasn't Tom Brady a 4.95 or a 5 flat?
Oh yeah, Tom Brady was bad.
Not in
hey
his last
Alexa,
year.
good morning. Alexa, good morning.
Good morning. Film and television star Sarah Michelle Gellar was born on this day in 1977. She's perhaps best known for her portrayal of Buffy Summers in the hit show Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
All right, thank you.
With that
Alexa,
in mind,
shut up. Hey Alexa, what was Tom Brady's 40-yard dash number? I mean, I probably got it, though.
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, Brady ran the 40-yard dash in 5.28 seconds.
5.28.
You can have a ham sandwich between 4.6 and 5.28. I mean, that's so much time, and he was, the best quarterback of all time. I like to know what Mahomes or the other some of the other like rushing quarterbacks times were.
Hey Alexa, what's Patrick Mahomes' 40-yard dash time?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, Mahomes runs an unofficial 4.80 40-yard dash.
All right, he's faster than Mahomes. One of the sneakiest, slipperiest quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
I think
4.6 is legendary.
All right, so what does Cam? What's the best of the best? Cam
Newton.
What's
Cam Ward?
Oh, Cam Ward.
Cam Ward. Hey Alexa, what is Cam Ward's 40 dash time?
Cam Ward's 40-yard dash time is 4.83 seconds.
Hold on.
Cam
Exactly.
Ward is a former American football player.
He's 2/10.
His speed's elite. This guy is a douchebag, and this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's insulting.
Within the quarterback world,
that's as fast as they get.
Well, there's faster.
Really?
But there's faster.
It started in the NFL.
Michael Vick.
Yeah, I mean,
Lamar.
there's
Lamar,
Lamar, Michael Vick.
Well, are they?
But he's doing what I did, which is to unfairly associate his 40-yard dash with his dad's. You don't need to do that. He needs to have a quarterback 40-yard dash. He doesn't need to have a Deion 40-yard dash.
Michael Vick did a 4.33.
Yeah. See, that's
Heather Thomas, $50.
Thank you.
Been listening. No new money here. Been listening to the shows for years.
Awesome.
$50 in the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App.
I'd take 4.6 and no dead dogs all day long.
He does.
You know where I don't even have my Zoo Morning. Yeah, I don't have my Tukey.
Oh, yeah.
With me.
Good.
You're lucky, Dan.
Yeah, I feel
I
it.
don't have my Tukey, but I can get one for you.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
Doesn't have this rifle for an arm. He's not the biggest.
He's got a pretty damn good arm.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, he's got a pretty damn good arm.
Guy. But what he does have, and it translates really well to the NFL, is I think he's the fastest processor of these quarterbacks as a passer. I think he is the most, he's the best natural passer in terms of in the pocket, when in rhythm, layering the football, touch, anticipation.
If you give Shador some time, he's as good as anybody.
He has a maturity to him.
Throwing receivers open, all the things that you look for in an NFL quarterback.
Listen, there's two quarterbacks. It's him and Cam, and Cam has graded out, and the scouts feel is a tad better. That's just the way it is. Shador will be the second quarterback taken in the National Football League. It's just where he gets taken. Does Vegas get him? Does he drop down for Vegas? Is Cleveland playing Buffalo? Are they playing poker and trying to keep everybody's eyes off the ball, saying that they're going to go with the Travis Hunter when really they're going to go with the Shador? Are the Giants? Is he going to be there is the Giants 4, 3?
3.
Are the Giants going to take him? Although they've brought in,
the Browns are going to take Hunter. Shador's most being the odds are that Shador's going to go number is it 8 right now to
Saints?
New Orleans?
Yeah, I was going to say
Orleans.
the Saints are coming around.
Or he did have a visit with Pittsburgh the other day, so I think those would be the top 2 teams.
The other thing is, did Rodgers sign with Pittsburgh?
No,
not yet.
And is there a chance that he won't?
Yeah, of course.
I hope he doesn't. I hate him.
He loved him before.
So ultimately, he's kind of a little bit of a throwback pocket passing quarterback.
This guy.
I like the guy off the field. I
don't like you.
I'm with you.
Here's Joe Rogan. He's going to break down why the R word's okay nowadays. And it is.
You know what the best part about it is?
You can say retarded and not say it in a mean-spirited way directed to a person with lower intellect.
And it happens 23 seconds into a 3-hour podcast. Literally, one of the first questions, and he says this comment. And he says, but hey, it's
every time I see people that disagree with anything that's happening, any gigantic world events, it's one of these retarded shows where they're screaming. There's the word again. We brought it. Yeah. We were just talking about
You
that.
did it,
the word retarded is back. And it's one of the great culture victories that I think is spurred on probably by podcasts. But
he's right. I mean, you don't have to be making fun of a person to use the word.
If you're going to slow down the timing on a car, what do you do, Bubba?
You retard the ignition.
Okay.
And it's just, and if you don't like something, you can say that's retarded. Meaning you know what? You don't like it. It doesn't fit your pace. Your pace in life is faster than that show. Does it mean that show is stupid? Well, it might. I think retarded can be okay as long as you're talking about anybody else but a person. I guess it's probably not cool to call a person that, but still, in its absolute purest form, you're not besmirching you're not using a word that doesn't apply. If a person has a IQ of 50 and he's slow, you should be able to call him that because he is that. He's slow. He's slower than normal people. But let's just take the person out of it and throw in everything but people. The word retard should be able to use except for talking about a person. I think you should be able to use to talk about a person, myself, but I can see where that can still get you in a little bit of trouble.
So you can talk about a situation or a company or a show, but not an individual.
Man, that's retarded.
That's exactly what he was doing.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just double checking. I just want to see what line is today.
Hey, Dan.
Yes.
You know Tesla putting those foam things in the tire? That's retarded.
Yeah, that was.
That's retarded.
Oh.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm bringing it back, too. I'm just not as popular as Joe Rogan.
Everybody's got to do their part, Bubba.
Everybody's got to do their part in getting this word back into our culture.
Every little bit helps.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Watch out, man. Jay's got the fucking... He's got the suit. He's got the suit.
Someone's got to work around here.
Stevie's Nicky Dirty Straw, thank you. Udo Vito right back at you. Played hooky on Friday and went surfing here, so that was good.
Here?
Yeah, on the East Coast. They used my car for a pediatric cancer foundation banquet, where they had a red carpet show where they drove all the cancer survivors into the banquet.
Oh, that was cool.
Oh, where was that?
At the Motor Enclave. So they had all these exotic cars and all these little cancer survivors. It was the cutest video ever. The girl getting out of the car.
Where's this enclave?
It's out. If you get off at 301 like you're going to the Florida State Fair, but you go the other way.
Oh,
you go
okay.
south, and then it's right there by the airport.
Well, the Tampa Executive Airport, which do they still call Vanderburg?
I think they do.
Oh, the Executive Airport's not the one right over here?
There's two.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the Tampa Executive, and the other one is, what'd you call it again, Vander what?
Vander.
What's up, Scott?
That's where we used to keep our plane.
It's actually called Tampa Exec. Is where it's called.
Man, that's the best when you roll up 5 minutes before wheels up.
5 minutes before wheels up, you roll up 5 minutes anytime you want to make wheels up.
Remember, Steven had to have the charger on with the air conditioner on for like 30 minutes.
He was the only one, too.
What, the plane was hot?
Well,
yes.
They had this, what they
hot
call
as
this.
balls.
And what's up, Xerxes?
A 30-minute flight to Miami, it barely had enough time to get cold.
Yeah.
So Steven would have him put the charger on at 30 minutes before we'd leave.
Hey, fuck it, man. If you got a plane, why not?
It was
Why
kind
not
of
be
fun, but
comfortable?
I won't lie. I was glad when we sold it because I thought we were going to have a JFK Aaliyah moment. Because you find yourself pushing the boundaries of weather.
Yeah.
For convenience. You know, you're in the plane and it's shitty weather and you're like, yeah, but it's only 45 minutes to get home. I think we could do it, right? And I did that one or too many times and I'm like, yeah, I don't.
Yeah, you're making those decisions instead of the people at the airport.
Well, the pilot let us.
He's like,
what do you
whatever.
guys think?
He doesn't mind getting home. What's up, Xerxes? I saw a thing that said if the Pats would have lost on the last week, they'd have the first pick. What's up? Michael, what up, Hoss? What up, Redneck of the Sicilian variety? Yeah, they're talking about the Pats missing out on Carter and Hunter. Not that I think that's the biggest deal in the world, but...
She had a big brother, man?
What?
I saw Brother leaving.
Oh, what, in a car?
No, I guess he went outside. I walked in, it was just you.
No, you guys will be good. Hopefully you leave Will Campbell alone. I'm ready, Gary. I'm ready for, well, I'm not going to watch the WNBA draft past a couple picks, but, man, I need the NFL draft to happen so I can sell my Bowman U cards and have some cash. I'm all tied up in that shit. What up, Janowski? What up, Johnny? Oh man, I don't know if Cleveland or the Giants are going to trade down. Seems like
you know who's in the Aaron Rodgers running now?
Is who?
I was looking it up. The Saints.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, Derek Carr's shoulder. I guess.
Proper protocol. Say it. I got a statute I got to get with. So there's no delay in it.
I think that's
proper protocol. Say it, Lever. Proper protocol.
Rodgers is trying to probably get more money out of Pittsburgh or something.
I don't know if the Saints would want him.
Yeah.
What up, BLN? Oh no, getting rid of all the pages, Gary.
Hey,
What's up, Kabuki?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Jay is in, Dan is out. A whole new vibe. A more laid back, calculated, less outbursty of a vibe with Jay Diacchio Esquire. Jay, we found your clothes.
I heard.
It's an hour and 40, and you sound like you're 18 years old.
I think it's an hour and like 4. I think it's 74 minutes. Cause remember, I had
it was
like
an hour and 4.
I don't think I've ever spoken that long in a closing argument. I think it was just over an hour.
I got into about 35, 40 minutes into it. I was listening to it on Friday. Then I had to go do something, but I was riveted. The boy Gary Cantrell and Lummy Mach, they're getting some file footage from the trial, like with MJ and what have you, and they're gonna make it. We're gonna put it up on our YouTube channel.
That would be awesome.
Put it up on. Let me. We'll repurpose it on Facebook.
Of course,
We'll put it everywhere. The infamous Jay Diacchio, Bubba versus MJ closing arguments. It's great. What is up with Justin Bieber now? Did he perform at Coachella, or is this just him enjoying Coachella and walking around like what looks to be a VIP area with his pants literally his belt buckle around his knees? Here it is. Like what are you like? What? What?
I don't know. Coachella is part of it's all about the fashion, so.
God, I thought he was older. He's still only 31 years old.
Like,
jeez, it's silly.
I mean, if we start wearing pants like that, I could get down to skinny guy pants.
Oh, easy.
If all I have to do is just get them around my knees.
That's right. Can I have your hand-me-downs?
I can start wearing like, Jay and Dan pants.
I can eat your hand-me-downs.
You don't need 3X if you're not going over your ass and your belly. If I'm just going over my knees, I'm an XL Willie. I might be a large.
Probably large.
And here's the deal. You really can't enjoy whatever you're doing because you have to have a hand on your pants the entire time. So, like, you literally are a one-armed bandit at this point. You only have one available arm in life because one of your arms...
One available arm in life? I think he's that committed to the jeans. You think maybe they just caught him in a moment where...
No, because watch, he takes his right hand and he'll... He has to hold them.
Well, you got to go 3 layers. He's got to have BVDs underneath it.
You got to have regular white underwear, then you got to have boxers, and then you got to have these pants that are cinched up with a belt super tight about halfway up the quad, and then those will not just, stay there because it's not a natural air. So then you got to hold those. It looks like you're holding your boxers and your belt.
Yep. Looks like a potato sack race.
It looks, you know what? It looks retarded.
To go full circle?
I mean, if I can start using the word again, that looks retarded.
That's right. It looks like
that looks retarded. Stupid.
In prison, that's just show that you're the bottom guy.
Is that what that means in prison?
Yeah, if you have your pants down a little bit,
so if you go to prison and you start wearing your pants like that, that means you're a bottom guy.
Yes.
Did you see this? I hope to God, although I'm thinking that it is an anti-Semitic deal. As yesterday it was past yesterday or 2 days ago when this happened was the first day of Passover.
Yes.
And the governor of Pennsylvania tweeted, he's Jewish, that he was had a little dinner plate setting, kind of a setting as to how his family was going to, participate. Is it Seder?
Yes.
Right. So that night, isn't the governor's mansion got big ass fencing with some type of security system, like a guard shack that walks around the house at night? Arguably the most popular and most, should be highly guarded person in your state if the president's not there visiting, but, the most in the overall political pecking order, the governor of Pennsylvania should be the most should have all the security and then some. For somebody to be able to get this close to the house to throw they say that it might have been like a Molotov cocktail or something like that.
Yeah, it looks like he hopped the fence, and while they were trying, they were chasing after him because he went, I guess, a certain spot that it was a little farther for the guards, is where he started throwing that stuff through the windows.
And so he threw, like what they call that, a Molotov cocktail?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He threw like that through like a dining area, which might have been where the governor had his Passover Seder celebration. I don't know. It kind of looked very formal, like he potentially might have been there. And a significant part of the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania caught on fire. And they had to get all the governor and his family were there. They got out safely, and the firemen got the fire under control in this one particular little area of the dining room fairly quickly. But this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous on the lack of, I don't know, maybe the derelict of duty for the security, and the fact that it's an this is definitely
it's not anti-Semitic. The guy I sent you the post at X. He was mad that the state of Pennsylvania auctioned off his property.
Oh,
yeah. It's an African American guy. He has 4 kids. Unfortunately,
did you send me a link?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Right, yeah, hold on here. This is the area that got. Let me play it for you again. This is the area where the guy was able to catch the governor's mansion on fire. That looks like to be like a formal piano.
Oh, man.
And I mean, that's quite a bit of damage.
Sure is.
That's quite a bit of damage for a guy that's just able to hop the fence and throw in a Molotov cocktail And again, this looks like somewhat to maybe be a formal dining room.
For sure.
Or
It's
something
like
that.
their banquet hall.
Yeah.
What I'd like to see is Pam Bondi come out with the same vigor she talks about the arsonists for Elon and Tesla and say, we're going to charge him. He's no deals. No deals. You cannot do this to government officials. This is just a threat to a government official. Do as I say or we're going to burn you down.
Yeah.
It's unacceptable.
Is this it right here?
Regardless of party.
Okay, yeah. Let me,
That's him on the.
Is that him on the mic?
No, that's him with the sweatshirt on.
That's the arsonist.
This is the
alleged
I
arsonist.
thought this was the governor.
Oh, no.
So this is the alleged arsonist.
Yes.
This is the alleged arsonist's maybe baby mama?
Yeah,
and
maybe
is
that's
this
wife.
the alleged arsonist's children?
Yes.
And is this the governor?
No.
This is
the one right behind him there with the glasses.
Oh, this is the governor.
I think right there. He'll be
Shapiro,
standing there.
his name's Shapiro, is he
Yeah.
not? Right. Democratic, Jewish governor who in actuality, if you've heard me, Lummy, a couple times, I've said the dude that right now I think is the coolest Democrat that seems to be understanding that the Democrats are in trouble and is spewing some pretty good stuff. I've mentioned Shapiro several times.
Yes.
Well, he was a contender for Tim Walz's thing. It really could have been Harris Shapiro, and a lot of people, Democrats, think that would have been a better ticket
I think
because
so,
Walz
too.
was so weird.
Yeah, I think this would have been a much better selection for VP. Walsh just did nothing. This guy has done some pretty good stuff, and I think in the overall scheme of thing, if he brings you Pennsylvania, I think Minnesota's a lock-in. You're going to get it. It's going to be blue. Pennsylvania is a swing state that Trump wins.
Right.
Trump probably doesn't win Pennsylvania if you get this ass-kicking, this guy who's well-liked, well-received, he delivers you Pennsylvania. The presidential election could be a different game.
No doubt. And you see this guy in 2028 for sure.
We have, as the colonel indicated, Cody Balmer is in custody. We are preparing a criminal complaint to charge him. This is not a record yet, but the charges will include attempted murder.
Ooh. Nice.
He's in trouble.
Oh, man, you got attempted murder. They're coming out of the hole with attempted murder. I hope you're never going to see your family again, my friend.
Terrorism.
Boom. Attempted murder, 30 years. Terrorism, 30 years.
Aggravated arson and aggravated assault against an enumerated person. These are all very serious charges, as with...
I would say, Jay, just on the surface, he's probably looking at 50, 60 years.
When you pile all those on top of each other?
The charges, the defendant is presumed innocent. We will file those charges within the next several hours, and we will include a probable cause affidavit which will detail the basis for this arrest. I can't give you a lot of details because it won't
This is the Attorney General of the state?
Of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth
be
of
of
Pennsylvania.
record. I can only give you the charges, but the criminal complaint and the affidavit will detail that further this very day. We have, as the colonel indicated, Cody Balmer.
Has Shapiro made any statements at all?
He had a tweet.
Yeah, right then.
Yeah.
That same interview, he came out and gave a statement.
Oh, I missed it. All right, I already minimized Willie. Let me meet Erica Madison.
Oh, hello.
36, teacher.
Panama
City, Florida. Was arrested for having sex with a student. But guess what? He's 18. The student was 18 at the time. Matson is charged with an authoritative figure engaging in sexual conduct with a student, which is a felony.
What?
Yeah.
And does that mean like if I'm in college and if there's some kind of a tryst between a 20-year-old college girl and their professor that's no longer acceptable because it's now a felony?
I don't know if this translates to college, but I know high school because some kids do turn 18 while they're still in high school.
Right, and they're still adults in my mind.
But so what they do is they can't get you. But there's a law that states that if you're in an authoritative position as an educator over a person, meaning, which every teacher in the school is in an authoritative position over a student, regardless I think regardless if they have him in class or not, just being a teacher at that school probably automatically puts her in that category, and that's what they got her on, even though he's 18. It'd be interesting to see, Lummy, if that translates to college or not. A local teacher was arrested Thursday on charges that she had sexual relations with a student. According to the Panama City Police report, the report alleges that Eric Madison, age 36, which, by the way, isn't too bad looking.
No.
A teacher at Kaleidoscope School of Discovery. What?
See, I got the statute here.
Okay, go ahead.
Florida law criminalizes misconduct by authority figures in educational settings, recognizing the power imbalance between students and school personnel. Under Florida Statute 800.101, it is illegal for a teacher, coach, or school employee to engage in sexual conduct with a student, regardless of consent. This applies to students aged 12 to 18 who are enrolled in the same school where the authority figure works or volunteers. The statute removes consent as a defense due to the inherent coercion in such relationships.
Now, does that stop at college?
It does. That sounds like, because you're saying, there are some high school students that get held back a year and they're going to be 18 their whole senior year.
Yeah, but hold on.
It's not a matter of
how many 20. I love the scenario that you came up with, and that is like how many hot 20-year-olds out there are blasting their professor. You know, there's probably, you never see of that scandal, do you?
Because I guess it's not a scandal.
No, I guess it's not. It's not. But boy, Lummy, I mean, how many University of Florida cheerleaders are out kicking it out wide for their,
a ton.
Algebra teacher so they can get a good grade. God, it'd be so easy to go through college if you're a hot chick. Just give an ass to anything. I mean, like you could just use ass as a currency. You can use your vagina. Your vagina is currency. If you're hot enough, your vagina.
Would you say this to your daughter?
I don't have a daughter.
I'm just saying. Is this a talk you'd want to have with her before she went out to the real world?
No, I want my daughter to have to, earn it.
I did tell my daughter that that's gold. And you don't give that gold to anybody.
No.
I swear to God, I told her that. And I said, you protect that with your life.
You know what sucks
and
about
you
that?
don't give it to anybody.
This teacher, it looks like it happened on the last week of school.
This one here?
Yeah.
The Kaleidoscope School of Discovery. That sounds like a stupid school.
Yeah, probably.
Where do you go? Go, Kaleidoscope!
It's a high school named Kaleidoscope. I mean, maybe for a pre-K.
The report alleges that Erica Madison, age 36 of Panama City, a teacher at Kaleidoscope School of Discovery, had a sexual relationship with a student enrolled at the school beginning in 2023, May. The student was 18 at the time. Madison is charged with an authority figure engaging in sexual conduct with a student, which is a felony.
Ooh.
Felonies are bad, aren't they, Jay?
Oh, yeah, but this is like, a lawyer is not allowed to have a client and exploit the power relationship and then have sex with their client. That is an absolute no-no. That
happens all the time.
And that's different than having somebody who you're already sleeping with and then they become your client. That's different. It's when you have somebody that's vulnerable and you exploit the power indifference.
So if you're if you're a lawyer,
an accountant, a lot of them.
If you're a lawyer and you're blasting one of your clients, as long as you can establish that you guys were blasting or friends prior to her needing you as counsel, you're okay.
Yeah. So it's like, for example, if I'm representing a widow and she just lost her husband and she's going through this emotional turmoil.
And you're good looking, by the way,
I
too.
cannot just say, cry on my shoulder and then have it end with a happy ending. That's 100% inappropriate.
You got
unethical.
$3,400 suits.
It's
Nobody's
illegal.
crying on my $3,400 suit, baby.
You got makeup on my shoulder. Get that makeup off, please.
So you can't use her vulnerability as her counsel to do things, but...
Right, nor can a psychiatrist, psychologist, accountant. There's a lot of those. Doctor, patient.
Now, what about this? So what if you were a single lawyer? And this is no disrespect to your lovely wife, Candle. I love her. I don't want her to beat me up. So let's say you're not with Candle and you have a female friend that you've known for 10 years and she now needs some type of, she gets in a car wreck. She needs you as an attorney. But during the process of you representing her, you guys start blasting. Are you okay because you can establish the fact that you were friends prior to the blasting?
That's great. I would never. No way. Not okay. Not okay.
Just asking.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. It's like stealing from your trust account.
Just asking for Dan. Just asking for Dan. Say it. The student told officers the relationship started when he saw Madison crying in her classroom and he approached her.
See that?
He said that they began messaging each other on Facebook and flirting. He said the relationship developed into a sexual relationship while he was still a student at the school, according to the arrest affidavit. See, all he had to do was lie.
Exactly. So he started out in summer.
Not a good idea to lie to the police.
But hold on, Jay. You don't have to cooperate.
Anything to keep a blasting going, Jay.
Let me ask you a question, Jay. Jay, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Cops come to this guy, knocks on his door, says, we want to talk to you about this Patricia, what's her name, Lummy? Patricia Matson.
Erica Matson.
Erica Madison. We want to talk to you concerning her and you and her having sex. What if he says, you know what? You can talk to my lawyer. I mean, does he have a responsibility? Does he have to talk to the attorneys?
I don't.
He's
believe
18.
So.
They can't arrest him for nothing because he's 18. Secondly, you're not going to arrest ever, even if he was not of age, and you're not. He's a victim. Victims don't get arrested. I don't think.
No.
So if he just said, "Hey, I don't."
That's like a battered woman not cooperating with her beating husband. You know, I mean, you can't. You're not prosecuting the victim for not cooperating.
So if he said, "Hey, you know what? Talk to my lawyer. His name's Jay Diaco." So then he calls you up and say, "Hey, Jay, cop's going to be talking to you, and I do not want to cooperate. I do not. My comment is no comment. I have nothing to say. I have nothing." And they come to you and say, "Mr. Diaco, we find out that you're representing this guy here. And we'd like to ask him some questions." What do you say?
No. What questions can I answer for you? I'm happy to help with whatever questions you'd like,
well,
but
I'm not
going to allow an 18-year-old kid to speak to the police.
We want to know if this was happening while he was at school.
Well, I'm sorry. He's just not going to cooperate with anything. He's an 18-year-old adult, and so, we really just don't have any comment on this.
So if they can't squeeze a comment out of old boy.
No.
So, Lummy, if he doesn't say nothing, two things. Yep. One, I don't think that they can get her on anything.
No.
And
well,
two,
I think they can get her for failing to report it, because I'm looking at what there's a mandatory reporting. So there's a way to get her no matter what it looks like. If they have proof by texts, which I'm sure they do, that's what they'd probably be calling me about are these really texts between,
I don't know,
your guy and Mattis? Well, I'm not sure.
I don't know. We have no comment. I'm not validating any text. I ain't saying nothing.
And maybe he didn't. It may have been enough in writing that he didn't need to cooperate. You know what sucks about text leading up to it?
Before I go into words, did you see this? Mike Trout's got this. Now, see, that's a baseball field. This is the Astro Park, isn't it?
Yes.
Is this for the Astros Park?
Yes.
Now, see, this is a baseball facility.
Yeah, it's a nice field.
It's a nice field.
No, you don't. Come on, sign right now.
Oh, dang. You got a lot of your friends coming out to the weekend.
So this is Mike Trout, arguably one of the best players in baseball, plays right field for the Anaheim Angels. And it's a routine foul ball to the right-hand side. Now, it's in the bleachers. I mean, it's in the seating section past the foul line. I mean, it's my understanding, maybe Seth can help me out, in Major League Baseball, it states that if the ball has broke the plane as to where the fans sit, then the fans have as much right to that ball as the player does.
They got to protect themselves.
Celebration. This ball.
But this guy here, he actually takes it out of Trout's glove. Watch.
2-0 pitch. Look at Trout.
What?
Trout's claiming interference, but that is in the stands. That is not his ball. That's
this guy. Me.
Fan's ball.
The ball.
Well, he can argue all he wants, but that is a fan's right Mike, you can look at
So
it.
they're saying that. That's our guy.
Yeah.
I guess he might know the rules. Here we go. The rules state, I guess, that if it's in the fan area, it's as much your ball as the next guy. Listen.
Argue all he wants, but that is a fan's right. Mike, you can look at it again, but that is a fan's right if the ball's in the stands.
Yeah, but if it went in his glove and the fan grabbed the ball out of the glove,
Okay, that's
that might be a different story.
If that's
But
what he's playing.
if the fan
Check us
catches
out.
it, it's his.
Oh man, he would have had it. I think he did have it.
So he did,
I think
have,
he
it.
did have it.
He did have it.
He does have it. Now watch this, Seth. This dude digs it out of his glove. Watch.
Might be in his glove.
Oh my God.
He caught the ball.
That's an out. That's the Mookie Betts.
That's an out. You won't be needing this. And he dugs it out. And then hold on. Then he says, "Oh crap! Let me give it." He goes, "Let me give it back to you." Look.
He did.
He tried to put it back in
first,
there.
right?
Yeah, it was in Trout's glove first.
Okay, that's different. That's a whole different story. If he caught it and then the fan took it away.
Yeah, I mean, that's like
right there. It looks like it's in his glove. You could see Trout trying to pull the.
This guy reminds me of John Lovitz.
Yeah, He does. And then he's like, "Oh my God!" What? He goes, "Oh my God!"
That wasn't as egregious or aggressive as what happened at Yankee Stadium.
That was terrible.
That was really bad.
I'll put it back in your glove.
You see the black guy hit that security.
No, but hold on. Look at the guy. He's like, But
that could be a third out nonetheless. We'll see how they rule this. Well, they're going to say that's legit.
Do they kick that guy out?
I believe
Wow. How about that?
But
that's interference,
Because
I
it
would
was
say.
in foul territory in the fans' domain, all bets are off for the outfielder.
I thought it would be different because the ball was in Trout's glove.
It should
like
be.
The player made the play first.
I don't think got kicked out. I think they got moved.
Swing here.
How about it?
But checking his seats, he
Don't
didn't
kick
have
him
a
out.
proper
He did
seat.
what you're allowed to do. There's nothing.
Yeah, no, the ball was in the stands.
Yeah.
So now here's the glove. Here's the coolest thing of all. After the ball game, Mike Trout went and met this guy. And
his kid.
And the guy was like, "I am so sorry. I am,
Mike Trout asked to meet him because the guy was so apologetic as it happened that Mike Trout
felt bad.
Yeah,
for the dude. So Mike Trout came out to the ball, came out of the clubhouse.
What a good guy.
Had the ushers go get this guy, and Trout was so, so thankful that this guy was not an asshole about it and was like, hey, was like genuinely sorry.
Well, those Yankee guys that ripped it out of, who was it? Who was it?
Yeah, that was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know who they were playing at the point with the Dodgers. I think maybe it was Mookie Betts or something. Like those guys wanted to go to war for the Yankees. Like they would have done anything. They would have run on the field and knocked out Shohei Ohtani, if they could have. This guy just made a complete blunder. I don't know if he thought for a second he blacked out.
And instinctually too, you just kind of instincts kind of take over a little bit, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if he felt like I'm ripping out of a fan's glove.
Yeah, it looked like almost like a fan's glove that he really wanted that ball.
And so, because of his remorse and stuff, Mike Trout, in such a classy way, had him brought to the clubhouse, and here's the exchange.
It's still quite impressive, sir. It was
Did they still win?
the way you reacted. That's what's all about. Yeah. I didn't want, and I saw you guys get kicked out. I'm like, I know you guys got moving cats, but yeah.
So he did get kicked out because he said, "I saw you got kicked out."
Yeah, no problem. I got you. Yeah. Is that the ball right here? Yeah, that's the ball. Yeah, Can we start?
Man, this gives me a whole new appreciation for Mike Trout.
Absolutely. And he just turned one of the most embarrassing, worst days of this kid's life and this dad's life into one of the best days of their lives.
What a
I mean,
great
I was
dude.
feeling like how horrible this guy must feel for what his kid's going to remember.
You know what? It worked out though because he was a hero to the home crowd for ripping it out of Trout's glove and therefore it not being an out for the home team. And he is now getting down there to meet Mike Trout, who appreciates how he handled the situation
Because he was saying Trout.
Win-win.
He's beloved by all.
Right, so as Trout was walking away, you can see the guy several times go, "I'm so sorry, I am so sorry," and Trout gives him like, "It's okay, dude." Like Trout, man.
But Trout's making $400 million. He knows. He understands.
The Angels won that game.
Well, that did not impact the game. No. I actually found out a rule. It's like free game. Like as soon as you go on the stand.
So Trout's saying, hey, I found out the rules that, when it's past the stands like that, it's free game.
Crazy at 33, one of the best players in the game. Just learned that.
Do you think the rules should be revisited though?
Nobody pays him for his right field. That's just a Seth thing. People pay him to jack 55 out this year.
You know what? He played center for a long time, so that's why he got moved now. Because obviously he's getting older, so that might be why he wasn't familiar with it.
But don't you think the rules should be reevaluated every now and then, like they did with the pitching rules that made the game so much better now? I mean, if the ball is caught,
I don't know if you can reevaluate that rule.
How hard is it to say if the player has it's free reign once it crosses the plane into the stands. However, if the ball is caught by the player, it's an out. Even if it gets ripped out, it should still be an out.
Yeah, I think it needs to be a better known rule than
it's not articulated clearly enough for that particular foreseeable scenario.
When we come back, an LSU wide receiver who at one time, Lummy, I think was going to get drafted. Was he eligible for the draft this year, or was this a couple years ago that he was eligible?
I thought he was eligible this year.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get drafted this year.
I thought he declared this year.
And when he has, LSU too, this is probably his pro day. So he's probably, pretty good. He killed himself over the weekend. We have information on that. And then did you guys see this? Declassified Cold War era CIA files detail Soviet clash with aliens who witnesses say turned soldiers into stone.
Oh, no.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
This damn alien UFO stuff.
I didn't know they were violent.
This is the Soviets. Well, because I guess the Soviets...
They knew the Soviets being mean?
Well, yeah, they shot down their aircraft, and they said that, because I've read about it, the aliens kind of got in a little group and then turned them into stones.
Aliens say, hey, you want to shoot our saucer down, bitch? We got powers to turn you into stone. Supposedly, that's what we're doing next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
It was like 91 and they were in Ukraine, they said. What's the CIA for the Russians?
Hold on.
EKG?
No. KGB.
KGB. It was in their files.
No, I don't, Nick. That was Berto's. I was opening up a box for him.
Where's the...
I think he's got it. Got it.
The Rays are 3-7, Lummy, in their last 10.
Yeah, their offense showed up yesterday, but they didn't. I don't know. They're just making too many mistakes with their pitching.
Dave's good, Danny. Thanks for asking.
They're relying too much on their bullpen.
He's back in action.
Macho.
What's his deal with these celebrities going to space?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it's launching now. Macho said Katy Perry and.
Are they coming?
Who's Oprah's girlfriend?
Who's
Oprah's girlfriend?
Gail King.
Yeah.
And then Bezos' girl, and then two reporters or something.
Are they coming back today?
They're supposed to. Well, they go up for 90 seconds.
Oh, okay.
They're doing one of those it's like a fair ride.
Oh, all right.
It's an all-female crew.
But they are going in space.
Yes.
That's cool as fuck.
And I think it's just a ride. I'm 99% sure they don't do anything.
No, that makes sense. You have to. I mean, you can't just send people up. You can't just send fucking.
An 11-minute flight.
But they're only up, I think, 90 seconds with the top part. I wonder. Is that what saying? 11 minutes and floating? 11 minutes? Just interesting.
Yeah, I'm reading that now.
You know who else did? William Shatner did it, I think, in his 90s.
Yeah. He was on. Was he on the Amazon one or was he on the?
Let's say he did the.
I didn't know if he did
the Bezos one.
Oh, okay. Doesn't Virgin have one?
Yes, I think they may.
Oh God, the I know he went up to space.
Yeah.
That guy did. Yeah. That was tripping.
Well, this is one of those things where these rockets have never done anything in space, like launch a satellite or do anything. These are just like tourist rides.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Yeah. This is like that guy that went down to see the Titanic. That
man.
You got too much money for a thrill ride that can go wrong.
I'm all right.
I think about that too often.
First time since 1963.
Well, if I was a billionaire, I would not do this.
I wouldn't.
No.
I just feel bad for the guy, his kid was with him, and
Oh, it's terrible. They were using a PlayStation remote control.
I know.
No, it wasn't even a PlayStation 1. It was one of those.
Xbox or whatever.
It was off-brand one.
It wasn't even a real one?
Yeah. It was a Walmart special. Actually, I'm looking for it now. PBO.
Oh, that's a Bezos rocket?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Everyone's got a rocket now. Seth?
Who? Everybody?
Everyone.
I honestly didn't know he had one.
Bezos, Casino Spanning, 51.
It doesn't do much.
Is this just kind of make a ton of money just to take people on like little trips and shit like that?
100%. That's all it's done right now. Like I said, if you can't go into orbit, it's never orbited.
Shit.
It goes up and comes down. It's like one of those rides at the carnival where you get in the back and it shoots you up and then you bounce back down.
Yeah.
It's just like that.
Well, I mean, shit. If he's getting a couple $100,000 a pop for the carnival, he found a real flaw in the system.
Yeah,
the carnival for rich people.
The Virgin Galactic.
Oh man.
Also, the Virgin guy has it too.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The after show, me, Lummy, and Seth, probably 45 minutes to an hour long that we disguise as a podcast. If you're a member of our YouTube channel, you can watch it live. Otherwise, it's an audio thing. Anywhere you get your podcasting, iHeart, Spotify, Google Play, Apple, just type in The Bubba Army and get the latest. We got everything from Operation Pigmentation. I think we have Tuttle and his wife show. We got
Dark Match Steve,
Loner and Stoner. How's Dark Match Steve doing? Is he good? Is he being cool? Or is he being a dick?
No, he's being great. He did his third episode. I like how he does it. He turns them in when he's feeling it. There's no set schedule.
Thank you, Dark Match Steve. I'm glad that Dark Match Steve potentially was right there potentially could be a troll, and I think we turned him around.
Of course, yeah, he's a great guy.
Unlike Richard Langwood, who runs one of the Bubba Army groups, he's just a straight asshole.
Oh.
I just commented and told him, why don't you go away and listen to another show and shut this group down? You're such a dick.
I met him at a barb.
Yeah, he was at a barb, yeah.
Yeah, well, I hope he never comes to another barb.
Oh.
Based on his opinions and based on his... based on just...
Has he... Wait, Did you say he was the one that blocked you from seeing the page?
Yeah.
Okay.
He blocked me, and he's just a dick. Richard Langwood, I can't understand how he'd ever qualify for a barb. And if he does, let's give him his money back. I don't want him here.
Yes, sir.
Find out how much money he's given and give it back to him. I don't. No, you know what? Or if
Seth's like, let's not go that far.
Well, I just
let's not go that far, Bubba.
What's he saying? Bud?
I mean, is it that serious?
Somebody sent it to me. He's like, "Oh, great, we get to hear dirt track stuff and how to do the popcorn game for the 10,000th time." Just go away. Just go away, buddy. Do you think you could come and sit behind this microphone and come up with a better thing than I'm doing?
Why? But why? Why send you that? Why get you in that mindset?
Why do that? Why be a dick? Now I hate you. I absolutely hate you. I will have nothing to do with you. And if you do qualify for BARP, I'm going to give your money back. Or better yet, I'm not going to give your money back. I'm just going to bar you from BARP. So keep giving me money because I won't let you in. You piece of shiz.
What if he apologized?
No, no apology needed. No apology will be accepted. At that point, you're just being a dick. But you're still listening. That's like me watching a show, Love Me, and saying, God, I hate this show. Let me get on a forum and tell everybody how much I hate this show. But I don't ever miss one. I never miss it. But I hate the hell out of it. To the point where I'm going to pick it apart.
Neil Mount Plaisir, $100.
Thank you.
Today's House hearing.
Screw you, Richard Langwood.
Oh my God.
And screw your stupid forum. Hopefully everybody goes and blocks that forum and it makes that forum dead. It's a Bubba Army group on Facebook. Screw you, buddy. Screw you. I hate you.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you really think?
That's what I really think I can't really say.
It's worse than that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So today's House hearing on UFOs was billed as Congress, quote, pulling back the curtain. Correspondent Griff Jenkins tells us that support is continuing to grow now for the government to release more information.
Do you believe, just for the record, that the federal government, any part of the federal government, is knowingly concealing evidence about UAPs from the public?
Yes, sir.
100%.
Yes.
Yes.
A panel of whistleblowers
Why isn't that front
says
page
the
news?
government is hiding what it knows about
really?
UFOs.
Yeah, I mean,
did that happen last week? I haven't heard of this.
I think I need to play it again.
I mean, Jesus.
I just need to play it again to make sure I heard it right.
More information.
Do you believe, just for the record, that the federal government, any part of the federal government, is knowingly concealing evidence about UAPs from the public?
Yes, sir.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. That we got UFOs, aliens.
That the government's concealing evidence about it.
Yes.
A panel of whistleblowers says the government is hiding what it knows about UFOs, now referred to at the Pentagon as UAPs.
What's a UAP compared to a UFO?
I bet he's about to tell you.
Unidentified aerial phenomena.
Oh, is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Not as compared to an unidentified flying object?
Yes.
Well, it's not aerial. It's anomalous, so it covers air, sea, and space.
Right, because some of these videos show these ships going beneath the sea.
Or unidentified
Those are just big-ass whales.
anomalous phenomena.
The U.S. military and intelligence community are sitting on a huge amount of visual and other information, still photos, video photos, other sensor information, and they have for a very long time.
Journalist Michael Schellenberger dropping a bombshell allegation about a secret government program called Immaculate Constellation, which the Pentagon denies. Retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet says he's seen video evidence of actual encounters.
Satellite imagery of UAP from a few years ago still has not been shared with Congress.
Bipartisan lawmakers came out swinging in the name of transparency.
Why the secrecy? If it's really no big deal and there's nothing there, why hide it from the American people?
And the president-elect has talked about opportunities to declassify information on UAPs, and I hope he lives up to that promise.
The truth seekers may have found an ally in President-elect Trump.
I mean, there's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life.
And the truth may actually be out there.
I think this is just the tip of the iceberg.
And the hearing comes on the heels of legislation introduced yesterday by Tennessee
Let me, where's the aliens that got caught by the Russians that turned them into stone?
Congressman Tim Burchett protecting UAP whistleblowers, making it easier for them to come forward.
Do they think that if we find out as Americans that there might be extraterrestrial kind of deal, that we're going to flip out and lose our shiz?
Widespread panic is what they're afraid of.
Really?
Yes. And it's after COVID, for anyone that used to think there's no way the government lies to us, there's no way that the government conceals things. Think about back in the 50s. I mean, there was no electronic communications between people. We didn't have a computer, a supercomputer in our hand. We couldn't Google anything. They used to conceal so much from the public. It was ridiculous.
I mean, they concealed the fact that John F. Kennedy had, 2 interns that he was blasting every day. And he said if he didn't have sex once a day, he got a migraine. So they just brought in one intern after another, but the news had like some type of decorum where it wouldn't call the president out. Yes. He had was it frickin' frack or tick and tack? I don't know. It was like,
he was frickin' frack.
He had 2 interns, 19, 20-year-old interns. They were called frickin' frack, and they used to meet him down at the presidential indoor pool, and he would blast them once a day. And the news knew about it, but they couldn't get he's like, he's the president. You can't do that to the president.
What?
Man, in today's world, a television station couldn't tell that story fast enough, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Rick, do me a favor. I'm going to go into words. Look it up so I can prove it to Jay and come back with it, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Do you think that we have a deal with the aliens?
Yeah.
Like, do you think that the world has a deal with them?
Mm-hmm. I don't think the world has a deal with them. I think maybe we have a deal with them.
Like, did you see all the stuff they discovered beneath the pyramids?
No.
There's like a bunch of massive structures beneath the pyramids that were just discovered like a month ago. I'll send you a link. Mind-boggling.
What are they going beneath the pyramids for? Try to see what's under
there.
The depths.
Yep. Claims they discovered columns 648 meters below the pyramids. There's something out there. What's up, Tom Lennon? I gotta call you the police. Whoop, whoop. Erwin Fletcher. How's everybody doing?
Fiddle and Faddle was their names. Fiddle and Faddle. Like Strauss TV.
Isn't the government so funny with the names? The Immaculate Constellation, Fiddle and Faddle. They come up with the stupidest.
Fiddle and Faddle was their name.
Yeah, they were 2 secretaries. So
Send it to me, Lummy.
Yeah, I'm getting it right now.
I still think some of the nukes are for the aliens.
What's up, society?
I wonder if we have any sort of trade deal with the aliens.
He didn't announce that tariff yet. Just the penguins.
Oh, we would not dare tariff aliens.
I don't think he would tariff them either.
But I wonder if we. I mean, I'm just fascinated by it. I hope I get to know the answers after I die. Maybe you just get a quick tour of the universe.
That's where you go.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe a quick tour before it goes black.
Ashley's right alongside. We know what happened to Doug Coletta the last time somebody was next to Justin Ashley.
I have been to the Surf Expo. My mom used to take us there when we were kids the last day to get cheap merchandise because we could afford the retail prices. At the end of the expo, all the stuff they brought, rather than shipping it to the next place, they'd sell it for cheap. It's really cool. You'll see a ton of pros there.
That's scary. Nukes or sparklers. What are they taking? They're taking humans, Bear? Do we get anything in return? Oh man, not a good trade, Bubba Army Grunt.
I was just reading that one. So.
Shit, man.
That seems like a loser on our side. What?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Quickly, Lummy, did you find me
I sent you like a little
frack?
Yeah, like a 1 minute thing, just kind of instead of you having to read it, because there's a lot of stories, not even just on them, but all the women that are coming out or have come out.
That blasted.
Yeah. This is just
Once Jackie Kennedy was giving a tour of the White House to a reporter from France. First, Lady Kennedy was fluent in French and spoke French throughout the whole tour. Then when both ladies passed one particular woman, Jackie said, "This is the girl who is supposedly sleeping with my husband," in French. Whether or not this actually happened, there were two women nicknamed Fiddle and Faddle. Their names were Priscilla Ware and Jill Cohen. Priscilla Ware was Fiddle and Jill Cohen was Faddle. Robert
I thought it was frickin' frack. I guess it was Fiddle and Faddle.
Kessler, a journalist and author, wrote in the President's Secret Service. A chapter focused solely on President Kennedy's detail right from a direct source. Fiddle and Faddle would swim with President Kennedy wearing only white shirts and nothing else. After swimming, they both headed straight to their offices with wet hair. They never did any work. They accompanied him to different countries. Both women accompanied President Kennedy to Costa.
So what would they do nowadays, Jay, if two, White House 19 and 20-year-olds would accompany the president to foreign trips?
I don't think even Teflon Don could survive that.
Rica, Berlin, Italy, and Mexico. Obviously, he had an affair with each women and even had them at the same time.
So that, in today's world, like back then there was a certain amount of decorum that they wouldn't report it because it was the president.
That's crazy.
Gonna end the show with my buddy, and I'm gonna call him this week, see if we can get him on the phone.
Sweet.
When you win a drag racing event. Don't forget, these things start on Thursday. They start qualifying Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and then they take all of those qualifying times, and then they rank them 1 through 16, and then they start. Then the finals are on Sunday. So you run basically Thursday's practice, Friday and Saturday's you're just going out there and trying to put in a time, and then Sunday is where they rank them 1 through 16. Well, unless you're at a facility that's got 4 lanes. This came about like 10 years ago. I don't know if Charlotte or Vegas or who, but they had this idea that we're going to run 4 dragsters at 4 anythings. We're going to drag 4 cars at the same time.
I was just going to ask because that seems very unusual.
Yeah, and so you got to beat, and so it cuts the brackets down tremendously. You know, so instead of, you know,
Run
you got
twice as
16, you're only going to have to run maybe 4 times, 3 times.
And for the crowd, is it like twice as loud and just must be a sensory overload?
Unbelievable. Now, let me, in the finals, very far left, one of my good friends, Tony Stewart.
Yeah, and Justin Ashley.
And then second, you know, one of our huge sponsors, Justin Ashley, Top Fuel.
What a great guy.
Top Fuel Dragsters. This is the finals. And the 2 guys, and Antron Brown is the defending champion from last year. And I don't know who this chick is, but she's pretty hot.
Yeah. Ooh.
And she's top 4. So lane 1, one of my boys, Tony Stewart. Lane 2, you know, one of our biggest advertisers in Skag and Randy and Maria, you know. Lane 3, the defending champion. Lane 4, some hot chick. And when you win the event, the trophy is called a Wally. You win a Wally. And Tony has not won a Wally yet in this division. Now, he won a couple Wallies when he was running top alcohol. And that's what most guys will run before they run this. It's about, instead of being 330 miles an hour, it's about 275 miles an hour.
You've won a Wally, though.
What if I win a Wally? Oh, I won a big Wally from the Big Wally hamburger eating contest. Thank you, Lummy, for your vast knowledge of the show.
Sorry.
Anyway, my boy picked up his first Wally yesterday. And Lummy, when I see this group here, I get a little confused. I mean, I'm a little torn because I'm pulling for Skag, but Tony's my friend. Known him for 26 years. But, you know, Randy and Maria, those are that, you know, and Skag, that's my boys too.
I think Tony Stewart respects the fact that he knows that Justin Ashley's right alongside. We know what happened to Doug Coletta the last time somebody was next to Justin Ashley. They pile up into the afternoon. Ashley's got cylinders out. Explosion for Salinas. Explosion for Brown. It's Tony Stewart. Stewart wins in a totally chaotic final. 3.
So Tony had a 0.8. Justin smoked him off the line, but Tony caught up.
What was that? How did they start the race? It looked like it was
317 miles an hour for Tony.
Doug Coletta the last time.
What do you mean how they started?
It looked
these
like
2 guys are looking at this Christmas tree, and these 2 guys are looking at this Christmas tree, and it's all.
It just looked edited with how fast it started.
No, I mean that's the way things start.
He's right alongside. We know what happened to Doug Coletta the last time somebody was next to Justin Ashley.
It's that little graphics effect.
Oh, is it okay?
That FH1 puts in. It's like a little,
it's like a glow puck.
Yeah, okay. Like watch this little blue thin.
You know what happened to Doug Coletta the last time somebody was next to Justin Ashley?
And they see it right here. Yeah. They obviously have it timed with the Christmas tree lights, so it goes off.
They pile up into the afternoon. Ashley's got cylinders out.
Oh, yeah. Ashley killed Tony on RT.
Right alongside. We know what happened to Doug Coletta the last time.
Like, if you look at just these 2 lanes right here, watch Ashley. I think Tony put in an 86 and Ashley put in a 46. Just watch these 2 lanes, and you can noticeably with your naked eye tell that Ashley got a better start.
Please, right alongside. We know what happened to Doug Coletta the last time somebody was next to Justin Ashley. They pile up into the afternoon. Ashley's got cylinders out. Explosion for Salinas. Explosion for Brown. It's Tony Stewart. Stewart wins in a totally chaotic final. 387 to 317. He's broken through.
That's all for 3 seconds?
3.8 seconds.
That's all everything that goes into that for 3?
3.8 seconds.
Whew.
At 317 miles per hour.
It's the best 4-second you'll watch.
Tony Stewart's passion for the sport of NHRA drag racing is something.
They say an orgasm's only about 10 seconds. I mean, this is probably a 4-second orgasm.
It's truly undeniable. They
say that it's 5 G's taken off and 7 G's when they throw the chutes.
What?
Yes, 5 G's to take off, 7 to throw the chutes. There are actually more G's stopping the car than when it accelerates.
This track about a year and a half ago.
That's called a Wally right there, Lummy, a Wally.
Oh, 2 years ago, you got your first Wally behind the wheel of an alcohol dragster. It's almost fitting that the big one comes today here in Vegas, Tony. The struggles you've had, over the last year and a half, have almost made this even sweeter. What's the emotion you're feeling right now?
I think you sure as hell learn to appreciate it more when you struggle like that. But Man, I'm so appreciative of our guys, and like I said, we got Kevin Rudine and his family here. Race, you did this one for us today, buddy. This is all you. But it's the highest of highs and lowest of lows. We our Rush Truck Center's family, Rusty Rush, we lost his wife Jenny this week, and then literally 15 minutes before we rolled out.
Think about how much for 4 seconds. Think about how much out of breath he is for 4 seconds.
For the final here, I got a message from Bakersfield, California, from a friend of mine, Brian Landgraf, and we just lost his father. So, I heard Dallas Glenn talking about it too. We've lost a lot of people this week, and it's been tough. But my God, I am so proud of our guys. Dodge, Direct Connection, Race Rudine Foundation, Renai, everybody at Mobile 1J. Thank you so much. Just so many great partners here. I got a great teammate standing there. I have a feeling I'm going to be really hurting in the morning here, but it's going to sure as hell be worth it.
Congratulations, Tony.
Because Tony is the kind of guy that likes to go out and just completely get hammered.
Oh, I thought
he'll completely be.
I thought you get hurt going 300 miles an hour.
Well, you might. Anyway, let me. I'm going to send this air check to Tony. Congratulations, my friend, for your first Wally, my buddy. Congratulations, bud. I think that's it. Let's say what's good for you, Seth. 40, 30, 35?
Yeah.
35, 40?
I feel like we're always late anyway.
Yeah, we'll call it 35, 40. Okay. Perfect. Jay, appreciate you, my friend. Good luck in your depot today.
Thanks, sir.
Let's come back at let's say 40.
Sounds good.
All right, Seth, appreciate you. See ya.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
If you're wiring up, it's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repent.